When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup. Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, you know, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, you know, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, you know, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Good morning, everyone. If you could please take your seats, we are about to begin. Welcome to the Casablanca Forum, a Financial Times event held in partnership with Casablanca Finance City. For those of you who don't know me, my name is David Pilling. I'm the Africa editor of the Financial Times. In fact, even for those of you who do know me, my name is David Pilling, and I'm the Africa editor of the Financial Times. Welcome. Welcome to the many hundreds of you who are here today in the hall, and to even more who are joining us online. This year's forum is about positioning Africa's companies for growth in what is a challenging environment. You don't need to read the Financial Times, though I would recommend it, to know that the world is being shaped and Africa's business environment is being shaped and buffeted by a volatile international climate, the like of which I think we haven't seen for many years, maybe even many decades. But there are also extraordinary opportunities on this continent, some of which are too often hidden and underplayed, some of which countries and businesses fail to take advantage of, but some of which are being taken advantage of. And there's a lot going on this continent that people don't hear about day to day, and we are hoping to shed some light. While not shying away from the difficulties, we also want to shed some light on some of the more positive things that are happening on the continent. A few necessarily dull housekeeping notes before we begin. In the event of an emergency, please follow the venue staff to the nearest exit. We will reconvene this conference on the beach. Wi-Fi is publicly available. If you have any technical problems, I'm not the man to ask, but I think it's very easy actually. It just says Four Seasons and there's no password. Today's event is being streamed live, and video will be available on demand afterwards. Each panel includes time for audience Q&A. FT Live staff will come around with microphones. Please identify yourself and ask a question. I make a plea for no long speeches, please. Do make use of the event app. It's a networking app. It allows you to see who else is attending, to contact them, and to arrange meetings, and there are meeting rooms available. And if you're posting online, please use our hashtag, hashtag FTLive. Special thank you to our partner, Casablanca Finance City Authority, whose support enables important discussions like the one that we're about to have today. And to formally open the forum, it's my great pleasure to invite Said Ibrahimi, the CEO of Casablanca Finance City, to make a few opening remarks. Please welcome him.
Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, good morning, and welcome to the first Casablanca Business Forum. We are proud to host this event with the Financial Times and with the support of the Casablanca CETAT region. We live in a world of uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, trade fragmentation, technological disruption, climate instability. They are not distant issues. They are here. They are shaping investment flows. They are redefining Africa's role in the global economy. But within every challenge lies an opportunity to innovate, to build resilience, to reform, to leapfrog towards growth that is sustainable and inclusive. Nowhere is this more true than in Africa. Africa is not only adapting. Africa is leading. Take carbon markets. By harnessing its natural assets, Africa can drive the green economy and open new doors for investment. At Casablanca Finance City, we believe adversity can become resilience, and resilience can become growth. Today, with more than 250 member companies from 25 countries, covering 50 African markets, CFC is a trusted gateway for investors, multinationals, and African champions. Our ambition is clear: to make Casablanca a continental beacon, a place where Africa's leaders and global partners come together to design the future of growth. Growth that is inclusive, green, and sustainable. This forum is about asking bold questions. How are geopolitical shifts reshaping investment? How can Africa stay resilient while attracting long-term capital? How can innovation, green finance, and technology unlock growth for all? The answers will not come from one country. They will come from collaboration, from investment, from ambition. Together, we can chart new pathways. We can scale Africa's ambition. We can place Africa at the heart of global prosperity. So, let us seize this moment. Let us build new alliances. Let us turn bold ideas into concrete action. Before we begin our first discussions, I would like to warmly thank all our distinguished speakers and panelists for sharing their expertise and vision with us today. Thank you for being here, and back to David. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahimi, for setting the stage. It's now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Charlie Robertson. He's the author of a book called The Time-Traveling Economist. I don't know whether he's joining us today from the future or from the past, but please welcome him to the stage. He's going to share his perspectives on the optimistic title, Riding the Upswing, How Africa Can Convert Cyclical Gains into Lasting Prosperity. I've known Charlie for ages. Charlie, please come to the stage.
me on the mic now. You can hear me on the mic. There is one book for auction at the end of the speech. So we'll have a little contest. The highest bid gets the book. There's a French version, which I self-published. It probably makes no sense, but it's €5, much cheaper than this version. Right, I'm going to start straight. So my experience, 30 years doing emerging frontier markets. I think I'm the only economist I know who has the experience in emerging and now just focuses on Africa. And I wrote the book to bring that knowledge together. I now work with Equity Bank, the biggest bank in East Africa. I work with a fund manager. I work with an investment bank in Nigeria. I do lots of work for different people, and hopefully you will learn everything I can tell you. I was trying to do Africa, what's happening in Africa, in one slide. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Too much is happening. The continent is too exciting. So what I'm going to talk to you about is the cyclical story, which is great, the structural problem, which is more difficult, and then I'm going to talk to you about markets. And hopefully in 30 minutes, you will be able to walk away and become very rich. First, I want to talk about someone with an even bigger ego than me. My children do not believe this, but there is one man who likes himself even more, President Trump. What has he done that affects us in Africa? The most important thing is the dollar. The dollar has dramatically weakened this year. You know that. This is a 50-year chart of the dollar in gray and how markets price Africa or emerging versus the US. So when the dollar is weak in the late 70s, people love emerging markets. And the dollar is cheap. Then the dollar gets strong. The Latin American debt crisis, disaster. Dollar gets cheap again. We create the asset class, emerging markets. And then the dollar gets strong, and it's the Asian crisis. The dollar gets weak, it's the BRICS trade. BRICS are amazing. The future is China and Russia. Gazprom will be biggest company in all the world. And then we've had the last 10 years, which has been really, really hard. So, what has happened since November is very small, but it matters. Is emerging markets have outperformed America since the day of Trump's election. People want the lower risk emerging markets, and they're a bit scared of American exposure, and the dollar is weak. So this is the most important cyclical trigger for a better Africa performance. Trump tariffs, not such a problem for us. Big problem for Asia, 55% on China, maybe 50% in India. I'm talking to companies now who want to relocate textile mills from Asia to Africa to sell to America. So this Trump tariff story could end up helping Africa. We knew that it wasn't really going to hit us too bad because this country here, which Trump said no one's ever heard of, is the most exposed in Africa to the United States. And after that, Madagascar, it is not really a problem for us. And what we export out of South Africa, gold or platinum, a lot of this is exempt. So again, Trump tariffs, not the big problem. AGOA may get cancelled. That's going to hit Kenya, Madagascar, South Africa. Most other countries will be okay. And oil. Oil is the other big shift. Before Trump took power, Besant was saying, let's have oil at $40 to $50. Now this was always unrealistic, but it has made a difference to our markets. And for most of Africa, good thing. Lower oil, lower inflation, lower interest rates, better growth. Smaller current account deficits, better currency strength. It's good news. So that was Trump. The negative, and it is a negative, was aid cuts. South Sudan, US aid to South Sudan, 15% of GDP. You have to have a civil war to be hit that hard. But for the most economies that people invest in, the hit is much less. It's much more manageable. So Trump, we talk about a lot, actually maybe a net benefit to Africa. What about the economy, the global economy? We got weak numbers. This is the latest numbers from 3 days ago. Global consensus thinks we're going to get about 1.7% growth in the US, about 1% in Europe, Japan, slowing in China, accelerating in Africa. Inflation, bit of an issue, but low enough that the Fed could cut 2 days ago. We've got bond yields, American bond yields, actually coming down. So the cost of borrowing in America goes down, and when it goes cheaper in America, it's cheaper for all of us. Good. We like this. What else have we got over here? We've got, interest rates, and then interest rate cuts. The market thinks 2 more in the Fed this year, 3 more next year. US interest rates below 3%. Africa suddenly looks more and more interesting to be investing money when you get less interest in the States. Budget deficits, yeah, we worry about them. They're not good. Not good in America, 6.5%, that's a problem. But it helps make Africa look good. Smaller budget deficits than America. And then we've got the dollar. I started with the dollar. I'm going to carry on talking about the dollar. This is 50 years of the dollar against the euro. And we are at fair value today. 118 is average. But we know we never stay at the average. We go too strong on the dollar or too weak on the dollar. My guess is we carry on going weaker. That's good news for Africa. My worry is that the markets have sold off the dollar exactly like they did in Trump's first term. This was Trump's first term, and then the dollar rallied back again. So maybe think about hedging your dollar-euro risk. And do not listen to economists. Every single forecaster on Bloomberg in March this year got the currency forecast wrong for euro-dollar in 3 months. And not just wrong, not just like 106 instead of 104. The full range went from something like 0.99 to 1.14, and we were at 1.16. Not a single guy or woman got it right. The economists are telling us we're going to get to 120. Who knows? If we are heading weaker on the dollar, it's good news for us. Life is better for us. That's the key point. Oil prices, okay, they're down, but they're not down much year on year anymore. 2 months ago, it was like a 20% fall. 1 month ago, 17% fall. Now it's just down 7% year on year. So we've had some of the biggest gains from lower oil. Okay, so the cyclical is looking good. Lower US rates, weaker dollar, everything getting easier for Africa. What about the structural issue? Structural issues, according to my book, focus on education, electricity, and savings. First, education. You cannot industrialize until you have 70 to 80% adult literacy. And if we look at a picture of Africa today, green is 70 or 80% literacy. It's a really encouraging picture. This is the most important structural change that's happened in Africa in the last 50 years, is the continent used to be below 40%. There are still countries below 40%. Niger, Mali, Guinea, Chad. Those are the countries that give us coups and civil war. Because you can't grow sustainably below 40%. People are not happy. And when the army comes in and takes over, people say, well, maybe the army will do a better job. That political risk story is not going to change in 10 years. These education numbers take a long time to change. But for the rest of the continent, fantastic. But once you have educated people who can read and write in Arabic or Swahili, Chinese, doesn't matter what language, once you have people who can read and write 4 words, farming is hard work, they can stop farming and go into a factory. But what does that factory need? The factory needs electricity. Green means you have electricity. Grey means you haven't got enough. Why is so much of Africa not got enough electricity? Actually, before I get there, this is what happens when you have education and electricity. Your exports per person start to take off. And the green line is Morocco. Because in 1999, savings were sufficient for Morocco to start to take off. Ethiopia today exports about $30 per person a year. If I go back 75 years, $30 per person per year. Until you industrialize, you don't get rich. So, why do we not have electricity? Because of interest rates. This is showing you the cost of power in China or America. It doesn't matter if it's nuclear or wind or solar. The cost of power, if your interest rates are 10%, is really expensive. And if it's 3%, it's cheap. So infrastructure to industrialize requires low interest rates. How do we get low interest rates? Some people say it's impossible in Africa. The credit rating agencies, they don't like Africa. They treat it, they give it low ratings, and it's impossible to borrow money. Some people blame the media. Not everyone is as good as David Pilling at the Financial Times. And maybe the media puts a negative picture on Africa. And this is why interest rates are high in Africa. But it's not an African story. Interest rates in Morocco or Mauritius are the same as Vietnam or China. And this country here, Pakistan, is not in Africa. But its interest rates are the same as Egypt or Angola or Kenya. Why? This is where I get controversial. But after you educate women, after you get education right, fertility rates fall. As fertility rates fall, people save money. When you have 6 children, on a Friday night, you go to the bank, you have no money to put in the bank. When you have 2 to 3 children, even if they're like my children, you actually do have a little bit of money to put into the bank. And so you see this big jump when you go from 3 to 4 kids to 2 to 3 kids. When did that happen in Morocco? 1999. 1999, 20 years before anybody else since in Africa. And this is why we have Peugeot and Renault and Airbus and all of these things operating here. There is no country in the world with big bank deposits and high fertility. It's impossible. And if we have a map of Africa now, we understand the problem. There's no local savings in most of the continent. The green countries have some local savings, Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, South Africa, but the rest of the continent, no. And if you haven't got savings in your bank, first, the interest rate is very high. Secondly, you can't lend any money. But here in Morocco or Mauritius, we lend 90% of GDP. The infrastructure is great. And here in Nigeria, or Tanzania, or Uganda, Zambia, it hasn't changed in 15 years. When will it change? It changes when we drop below 3 kids, roughly. So Egypt, Indonesia, India, these are the countries with big savings that could industrialize them. 5 years' time, Kenya. 10 years' time, Ghana. And this, actually, here you go. These are the dates. So the first country to industrialize Mauritius, because they got it right in 1979. Then Morocco. Egypt can do it now. And this helps you choose, identify which countries will start to give us the really high growth that we need. I'm really running out of time. So, immigration I will ignore. We know about that. How do you reduce fertility? If you want to. No country has to reduce fertility rate. You won't industrialize until you do, but you don't have to. If you want to, try and stop children dying. 10% of kids in Nigeria die before the age of 5. 10%. 10 times more dangerous than COVID, pre-vaccine, was to be born Nigerian. What can your growth rate be? This is every country's growth rate in the world since 1960. If you have 1 adult per child, meaning your average age in your country is 18, you grow at about 1.5% a year. When you have 2 adults per child or pensioner, this is Asia today, you grow at 4 to 5% a year. This is why the middle class is exploding in size in Asia. And we can identify when countries do this, whether it's Korea and Vietnam in the 80s and the 90s, it's Saudi Arabia now, not yet Nigeria. Philippines, is doing well now. China's slowly coming down. I've got the graphs for many countries in Africa. Slow, it's going to be slow in Angola, Congo. It's looking better in North Africa. To maximize your growth, you want lots of adults, and you want the women to be working as well. Why does Morocco grow at 3 to 5% a year when Vietnam grows at 6 to 8% a year? Possibly, because according to ILO data, 20% of the female workforce is working, while in Vietnam, it's 75%. So this is how you can maximize your growth, by education and bringing in the workforce. So to sum it up on the demographics and the structural issue, if you've got an average age of 18, that's lots of children who can't work and not enough savings. By the time you're in your mid-20s, lots of savings, life is good, you have your first job, bit of money, and then by the time you get to my age, you can barely stay standing for a whole day without being too... That's a different story. We don't care about the West. Okay, I'm going to skip past this and I'm going to try and finish off on markets, because this is telling me this is important though. This is gold. Everyone's excited by gold, right? So this is the value of all the gold in the world, and how much does the world pay for it? What's the value of it as a percentage of the world economy? And the average is about 7% of GDP. Back in the 60s, we were literally pegged to gold. It was so important. Gold was so important. It was the bedrock of our financial system, 4% of GDP. Here, we've completely lost faith in America, in inflation. The Americans were never going to get inflation down. It was like 12% or something, maybe higher. We hit 18% of GDP. Insane. And today at 3,000, we're above that. At 3,700, we're probably 24% of GDP. This is one of the biggest bubbles I've ever seen. But it's wonderful for Ghana. It's wonderful for Tanzania. There's a whole set of countries that could use this wealth to improve their economies. So I'm really loving it. For as long as gold stays up, this is good news. Let me see, where are we at? I'm just struggling with the debt problems. Less of a problem now because US interest rates are coming down. Currencies. My last recommendation to central banks is they cannot improve education tomorrow. They cannot reduce the fertility rate and boost savings tomorrow either. The one thing they can do is try and run a currency policy that gives you a current account surplus, or at least close to surplus. Your interest rate, your borrowing cost is 0 in a current account surplus country. And it's about 3% if you run a deficit. So in the countries with the smallest banking systems in the world, which are all high fertility countries, we know that, they will pay the highest borrowing costs in the world if you don't have a current account surplus. So, I'm going to skip through lots of these slides, but just a few that I wanted to show you. How good is 2025? Unbelievably good. The Moroccan Stock Exchange has given us 53% return in dollars in 8 months. We've got Egypt up 27%, Kenya up 45%. This is staggeringly good numbers. And I hope some of you have owned a few shares and are taking advantage or enjoying this moment in the sun. And it's a moment in the sun that I don't think is finished. This is the average Nigerian stock market value over 20 years. We're up, 58% in Nigeria from the lows. We need to go up another 72% just to get to the average. I know the average is going to come down when this thing falls out, but we always overshoot. So this is looking great, and this is true for Kenya, it's true for Nigeria, it's true for many, many countries. Default risk is being priced out. Bond prices are going up. This is Eurobond prices. 2022 was terrible. Biden presidency. We love Trump. We love Trump. And almost everywhere. Senegal, bit of a problem you may know about. Mozambique, a bit risky. Those are the two kind of exceptions at the moment. So I will try and stop, or nearly stop, if... this is just to give you an example of the yields. Sorry, so this is the dollar borrowing cost now. For Egypt, it's about 8.5%. Nigeria, 8%. Kenya, 8.5%. Rwanda, 8%. I didn't even put Morocco on because you're too low. It's too good. So life, cyclically, has got a lot easier. And what I would like to see is governments... Yes, there's a great return on the bonds as well. I would like to see governments take advantage of lower US borrowing costs, higher gold prices, higher coffee prices. Take advantage of these gains and invest in education. And that will make a difference on the structural side. So, I'm going to stop there. I hope I didn't go too fast. You got some information. And if there's any questions, and if we have time, perhaps there might be 5 minutes of questions. I don't know. How are we doing?
I think you're the time overrunning.
Also,
Time overrunning economist. So maybe
sorry.
there may not be time. I mean, I actually do have questions I would like to ask. I mean, let me just ask one, because a lot of what you've spoken about is very structural. I mean, first of all, I mean, it's great to open a conference with somebody who's so optimistic. This is not something that always happens. But Charlie has given you, many reasons to think optimistically. But then there are some big structural challenges that you've also... And, when you have a structural challenge, things like education, interest rates, electricity, fertility, these are things that, even if you want to change them, take years and years to change. And we know that we live in sort of a time of short-termism. My question is, are there short-term things governments can do, both to perhaps tangentially attack these structural questions, and also to take advantage of what you see as this cyclical moment of opportunity?
I am a supporter of those trying to support these special economic zones, where you're saying in this area, we're going to help it, there's going to be energy, there's going to be power, there's going to be good tax treatment, to showcase to the world that any country has some people who can be global performers.
Okay.
And that I think is a...
So special economic zones of the sort that we have in, say, Benin, or... we've seen the beginnings of these, yes.
I've not done the work myself on that, but my guess is that would be helpful.
And Tangier Med clearly has been a good example of that. The thing that you didn't mention was debt. You made it sound as though with gold prices high, coffee prices high, everyone had money to spend and here's what you should invest it in. That's not the world that I'm looking at. I'm looking at a world where you see debt levels very high. You're talking about the risk of default. You've got Kenya, for example, bearing down on tax, and that causing, ructions on the street. I mean, this is not the happy world that you presented.
No, it's what George Soros called reflexivity, where the markets themselves change reality. And by driving down the cost of borrowing, in the US, because people are more confident about bonds globally, or they don't want the US bonds so much, they're buying anybody else's bonds. And because the bond yields are coming down, the interest rates are coming down, you can refinance the debt. Now, if you can refinance the debt, you're not going to default. So then that improves the risk. It makes a credit rating upgrade, weirdly, more likely, because you can now refinance. So it's the markets that have driven this. It's a massive change. If we'd been talking 12 months ago, I wouldn't have been so optimistic.
Okay. Last question, I think. There are three, I mean, maybe I'm being unfair, but I think of kind of three very big economies on the continent. Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa. I look more closely at the latter two. Certainly they have not been an engine of growth, let's put it politely, in recent years. How do you view those economies? In Nigeria, we could be at a turning point. How do you view those three big economies and their potential to drive a better narrative across the continent?
The one where we've seen the most radical reform is Nigeria in the last 2 years, getting rid of a fuel subsidy that was killing their budget, letting the currency move according to what the market needed. Unbelievable. Egypt, getting the currency cheap, competitive. It's the cheapest currency in Africa. I should be buying it myself. I think that's going to really help their whole manufacturing system, and then their tourism numbers are going to be good. South Africa, it's not deteriorating. It's hard to be as excited about the upside when people say 2% growth is good. It's like, no. We want 5. We want 8.
And yet it meets all your criteria. Educated, electricity, I mean, although, you know...
It's one of 5 countries that don't work for my book, along with Lebanon, Sri Lanka, Argentina, Venezuela. South Africa is special.
Okay, so South Africa's special, but not necessarily in a good way in your analysis.
Complicated way.
In a complicated way. Okay, look, I think there's a lot of food for thought there. I'm going to feed in some of what Charlie said into some of the panel discussions that we have later when I have a chance. But please thank Charlie for, I think, 10,000-foot view and a lot of food for thought.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie.
So now we're going to turn to geopolitics, or what sometimes these days I think is now called geoeconomics. Let me first invite the panel up to the stage. I'm delighted to invite Alfonso Bosch, who's the CEO of Equatorial Coca-Cola Bottling Company, Marcelo Estevao, who's the Chief Economist and Managing Director, the Institute of International Finance, the Right Honourable Mark Simmons, who's the Chairman of Invest Africa Advisory Board, and Rita Hanan, who's the Moroccan Country Officer of the International Finance Corporation. Please welcome them all to the stage. So we know that we're living in a world in flux. We are, I think, in transition. I think we can all say from what was a sort of a US-led, sometimes it was called a rules-based order, although sometimes we struggled to see precisely what the rules were, but a US-led rules-based order that emerged out of the Second World War. Now we have the US has joined the world, I would argue, and I know some of my fellow columnists argue, as a disruptive power. The US is a disruptive force. Charlie's told us that doesn't necessarily impact Africa, and let's hope that that's true. But China, Russia are not the only disruptive forces in the world. We now have a US that we don't quite know where it sits on various issues, and they may change from day to day. We have the rise of other powers, clearly. China is an old story, but an increasingly important one. We have the Gulf states, extremely important in this region. Turkey, India, Brazil. All of these, many of you will recognize, are having an impact, an influence, good, bad, and indifferent, on this continent. We're living in an era where the World Trade Organization is not the force it used to be. On the good side, you could argue that the WTO enforced rules that protected weaker countries and the 54 African countries on their own anyway, without talking as the African Union, are kind of weaker countries, I guess. On the bad side, the WTO inhibited certain action, industrial policy that some people have argued has been the way that Asian countries became rich. So the removal of WTO, not rules exactly, but the weakening of the WTO could provide an opening for countries to have an industrial policy of their own. And we're seeing the beginnings of some African countries at least talking about that. And then I think Charlie mentioned, we've got the cuts in international aid. I would also add the kind of the anti-immigration sentiment, which I think is clearly rising in Europe, in America. And that could have an impact on remittances, which is a kind of an unseen and untalked about often capital flow, much, much bigger than international aid that we've seen. And who knows quite what the future of that is. There's just a few kind of crazy ideas that I'll throw out there. Let me start with Mark. when we had a sort of pre-discussion, I said, we want to talk about business, we want to keep it about investment. And you said, no, geopolitics is important. I don't know if you like the term geoeconomics, but why is it important? How is it affecting, business investment policy on the ground on this vast continent?
Thank you, David. Well, I would argue very strongly that economics and politics in Africa are inextricably entwined together. And what we're seeing is a shift from internationally from geopolitics to geoeconomics, where countries are using, more so than perhaps they have in the recent past, their economic power to facilitate and support their foreign policy goals. And China has been doing this for a while. We're now seeing this coming from the United States, the Trump administration. We're certainly seeing it, we can unpack this in a little bit more detail later on, from the Gulf, from Asia, not just China. So I think you can't exclude politics, and Charlie alluded to this in his presentation as well. Ideally, government should set the regulatory framework, be enablers, rather than getting directly involved in investments, but inevitably in many parts of Africa the two are together. So that's the first point I just want to make. The second point I just want to make is that I think this creates an opportunity for Africa. So I, like Charlie, am optimistic about the next period of African economic growth and development, because what it enables Africa to do is to select the most appropriate investor for that particular project, for that particular geographical area, with the challenges or opportunities that presents. So we're moving away from a uni or bipolar world to a much more complicated multipolar world. And I think in Africa, and again we can talk about this a bit later, can get its act together, then I think there are real opportunities for a variety of investors coming into the continent where appropriate, but we have to bear in mind that now there are two sides of the coin, not just the investment side, but also the other side of the coin, which is the foreign policy angle coming from the investor country.
Okay, so if we're in a more transactional world, that poses, as you say, potentially opportunities, i.e. for the savvy, for the clear-headed. There's two people sitting at the table, and there's a transaction to be done, whether it's with the Gulf or China or whoever. What distinguishes those countries? We're talking about 54 countries, and of course many subdivisions within those. What distinguishes those that get that transaction right, for the longer benefit of the country and for the people of that country, and those who get that transaction wrong? And you don't need to be a complete cynic to know that a transaction, where the rules have become a little bit frayed, that can lead you down a very difficult path quite quickly, that is not necessarily to the benefit of the people of that country. How do you distinguish between the two?
Well, I want to be brief. So if you want it in one word, it's governance. So it's the ability of governments to understand the complexity of investments. It's not just short-termism, but it's more medium to long-term. It's government and stability, so the stability of regulation, honouring contracts. And if I can just give you one brief, pithy example, I won't name the country because it would be invidious for me to do so, but I was talking to their education ministry, and the senior civil servant in this education ministry said, we know education is important, but we've had an edict from the president that we must only do things that benefit the country and the people for the next 15 months, which is when the election is. So education is not a priority because it doesn't impact in 15 months.
Right.
So directly contradicting what Charlie was explaining earlier, and the importance we all understand of education being one of the cornerstones for economic development and economic growth.
We're all Googling now countries that have elections in 15 months' time to narrow it down. Marcello, what is the impact of this on capital flows and FDI? How do you see all of this, jigsaw puzzle? How is that affecting?
No, thanks so much. First, can you hear me? Anyway, can you hear? Okay. Thanks so much, by the way, for the invitation to the Casablanca City Finance and the FT. I think I will take the opportunity of your question to give a bit of a broad overview of my views and focus on capital flows like you asked. I think your comment is the fundamental point here. A lot of what we've heard before in the great presentation by Charlie is what we would call an endogenous result from the building of good institutions and good governance. Many countries have grown in the past with very high fertility rates, and like fertility rates in the United States in the 1800s was pretty high, and the country was growing tremendously.
Which country, sorry?
United States, for instance. We keep forgetting that a great example of development is the United States, by the way. And we've seen that all over. In general, fertility rates come down when the value of the parent's time that is given by market prices goes up. So basically, I tend to see things in the opposite in terms of causality that Charlie, that I think fertility rate is actually an outcome.
Right.
And
it's certainly an iterative process, I would argue.
Of course, it's iterative and all that. But the key here is having good institutions and not getting that answer that you got from the Ministry of Education. Is to have an outlook for your country that goes beyond the electoral cycle. This is the key. Nobody gets rich because the World Bank gave a good advice on how to do things, or because the OECD is saying that that's the best way of doing. Every country that got rich because there were an institutional reform, there was a broad commitment to development, and they went ahead and do it, is what the international organizations call ownership of a true reform program. So that's the bottom line. And if you go back now to think about capital flows, what we see now is the world is more volatile. The volatility is coming from the United States at first because it's changing the rules of the game. The weakness of the dollar is a result of a deceleration in economic activity in the US, so it's a bad weakness of the dollar. Emerging markets are being hit by less growth, less trade. This is a world that's going to trade less because more barriers are being erected to trade. And, but it's true that the weaker dollar does help in several aspects. It's a world where commodity prices, if world growth decelerates, which we expect at the IMF, is going to come down. So again, so it's important to pay attention to the endogeneity of these variables. Capital flows in this world is very finicky. Capital is going to fly not just to countries that have very high interest rates, having high interest rates an attraction for capital, but countries that are resilient to this world that is volatile. So key here is resilience, good institutions, having good fiscal institutions. We have had examples in this region of countries that grew significantly and then faced a debt crisis, like Ghana, for instance. Ghana did actually quite well. It's restructuring, and now is seen with good eyes from investors because they dealt with the crisis. But there was a time, and Ghana is a country that is, if you look at Charlie's chart, is green, so has 70 to 80% of illiteracy, was growing significantly. It's an example in many ways for West Africa, and was doing quite poorly in 2021, 2022.
But it had a debt crisis.
But they had a debt crisis, exactly, because fiscal institutions did not develop as fast as the country was growing. So having good debt management, transparent debt management, good rule of law, good contracts, a view for the country that goes beyond electoral cycles, all this is going to look attractive to investors.
So the message is sort of macroeconomic stability, fiscal rectitude will distinguish those countries that are able to attract capital.
For sure. Like I always joke using finance jargons, the age of beta is the coefficient that links global market movements to your country's specific attractiveness, has been coming down, and we are in the age where governance is the alpha. That is, you get the transfer or the investment from the outside, not independently, but a bit more independent of what the global market is doing. You want to differentiate yourself, and you differentiate yourself by having good institutions.
And I'm not asking you for investment tips, but I mean, do you look at countries in Africa and say, yeah, these 3 or 4 look pretty good?
No, we don't give investment advice, by the way. So we represent the global financial system, both official and private. Yes, some countries look better. For instance, let's go back to Ghana. It looked good how they dealt with the crisis. The crisis was not good, but how they dealt with it looked good.
Did they deal with it better than Zambia, say?
There you need to talk about geopolitics, which I'll be happy to do. That depends on how their relationship is with the main creditors.
China was more involved in Zambia.
China is key, so the position vis-a-vis Zambia and Ghana are different. The influence of China is different. So a lot of that depends. Another country that comes to mind here in West Africa is Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire has done better exactly because of the way they do that management. Rwanda looks reasonable also from that aspect. It's a country that had a big institutional development. Look, I'm leaving out countries that are more developed like Morocco. Morocco is an amazing example of how having an outlook that it goes beyond the elections, and maybe in some sense the political stability here has something to do with it, that gives a broad direction for where the country is going to go, where then the private sector and the politicians see how you maneuver this overall path. That may be a reason, but the key is, like I was saying in the presentation, something happened in the 90s in Morocco, and I think that something is this desire to be attractive to investors, which is completely coincidence to the desire of being a government.
Okay, I think there's some very interesting points. Rita, first of all, let me ask you, invite you in a sense, just to pick up on any of the points that have been made, and then if you want to, we could now look at sectors. I mean, if there are any sectors that you think are likely to benefit, from this changed, volatile, but perhaps opportunistic environment, and those that might suffer.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, David. And actually, what I wanted to come back to some of the points. Africa is facing a lot of challenges. We have highlighted a lot of those. There's also the withdrawal of international banks that we see here in Africa, and more than ever, the financial sector has its role. The regional financial sector has its role to bring resilience and development on the continent. So Africa has its own means to drive its own growth. If you look at like pension fund in Africa, they represent 220 billion here, the African ones. If you look at the number of sovereign wealth funds, it's 130 billion. You have talked about the remittances, it's 90 billion annually, it's 10%. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, those funds remain unutilized or like less utilized as they should. So if we turn into Africa and its own asset, we could drive our own growth. If you look at IFC, we have a counter-cyclical role. We are among the confident. We believe that there have been some good news that were presented by Charlie, some good indicators. Growth is coming back to Africa. We are projecting a 4.1% GDP growth for 2025, which is a good news. Private capital is coming back to Africa. For example, for 2024, it was 4% of the GDP compared to 2023, which was only 3%. So we have like some good indicators that brings confidence for investment into the continent. I mean, if you're talking about sectors, I would tell you where IFC will push, because we have this counter-cyclical effect. So we're looking into food security. For example, Africa is spending 190 billion for food imports.
Yes.
Every year. So it's about food security. So we're trying to work into, and we believe as well that Africa is ready for innovation. There's a lot of innovation, and especially in Morocco. Actually, IFC has been here for 60 years now, and we're like using Morocco as a best case for innovation. So for example, we are putting a lot of emphasis on working on with AgTech and microfinance.
Yes.
AgTech, you know, to have more productivity for small farmers. So for example, we had a great program where we increased the yield by 50% for small farmers, while Morocco has been suffering drought for 6 years.
That was in Morocco, was it? Yes. Because
Exactly.
yields across the continent do remain stubbornly low.
Exactly. But we think that we could replicate that across Africa, and actually we're targeting more than 5 million hectares.
Couple of things I'd just like to pick up quickly. One is, because we've got a finance panel later, you said, you know, you mentioned the withdrawal of international banks, European banks, particularly from Africa. I think we're going to get pushback from that panel. But what do you see the impact of that on the continent?
What I see, I mean, I cannot really talk about the impact, but what I see is like there's newcomers, not newcomers but for the continent, but like there's the Moroccan banks that has been present in Africa since 20, and we have helped a lot of them going into sub-Saharan Africa. We see like new players, we see African banks buying those assets and developing them. So we think that it's a good change. Okay,
well that's linked to my next question actually, which is, you know, there's often talk about this pool of pension funds, you know. We looked particularly at South Africa, Nigeria, a few of the big economies, but they do exist in smaller amounts elsewhere, in Botswana, Namibia, or even, you know. Is there, presumably the answer to this question is no, but is there a magic bullet? What would help release those funds to be, you know, better used as risk capital? Clearly they're pension funds, so they can't be too risky, but as catalyzing funds to catalyze business investment domestically?
Yeah, actually Marcelo has touched base already on all the criteria that the investors will be looking at, and then you have stability, you have the regulatory framework, but our role here, I mean talking about IFC, is to set those risk-sharing mechanisms, is to work, you know, with our sister MIGA, who provides guarantees, and to de-risk those financing.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we can get on maybe later to blended finance. And I want to turn to Alfonso, if I may. We've sort of discussed, in a sense, in kind of abstract terms, these big geopolitical, you know, movements, trends, capital flows, etc. You run a business. Some of these may be important to you, some of them may not be important at all. First of all, could you just tell us about your business? Because I just like to, you know, set so that people understand what it is you do, and then we can talk about how some of these things might be influencing you.
No, thank you, David. Well, basically, we are bottlers of Coca-Cola in 13 African countries. We are based here in our head office in Casablanca, actually in Casablanca Financial City. And basically, we employ around 5,000 people in those 13 countries. We started 35 years ago.
Yes.
Our operation with 6 employees. So the growth has been quite significant. And now we're talking about a lot about optimism in Africa. We have to say that we have been optimists the last 35 years.
Right.
So, and actually, we believe, and from all what we have here, we believe that many of the elements to accelerate the growth of Africa are here. So part of the, and obviously we have been talking about macro, but macro affects us also, no? Part of what we read, or one of the elements that we believe that is moving these geopolitical tensions is the access to resources, the securing your supply chain.
Yes.
And securing your supply chain for the future.
Yes.
So in this context, we believe that Africa is especially well positioned, and we can take advantage or not taking on that situation. So we were talking about fertility, etc. before, but there is a reality. There is 1.4 billion people.
Yes.
And the youngest population of the planet. The the estimation says that by 2035, 40% of the youth will be African.
Sure.
So that can be a problem, but can be a tremendous solution.
Presumably you look at all those people
development.
And see Coca-Cola drinkers.
For us it's quite important as far as we are able to contribute to develop that population. And we are optimistic because that combined with the existence of resources, around 30% of the minerals of the world are here.
Sure.
70% or 60 to 70% of cobalt is in Africa, and it's a mineral quite important for the future. Gold is an enormous reserve. So in a moment where geopolitical tensions are looking for how to secure the supply chain and taking the base of Africa, we believe that the future is quite important. Now,
sorry. Go ahead. Well, I wanted to ask you about your business and how it operates. I mean, let me just ask you a specific question. So, in some of the countries you operate, there will have been massive currency fluctuations, because we know that this is a problem of doing business in Africa. There's been big devaluations. For example, in Nigeria, I know that you don't operate in Nigeria, but in Nigeria, in other countries too. In some of the other countries you operate in, you'll operate in the CFA franc zone, where you have a more sort of stable currency. But nonetheless, there's always, there are always problems, or there can be problems accessing foreign exchange for imports, etc. So I'm interested in how you navigate these currency risks, and particularly how you try to source locally. Because, of course, that is one solution. If you're not dependent on imports for the product that you produce, then you're insulated from those ups and downs. Have you managed as a company to bottle and sell Coca-Cola without importing lots of the products that you need?
No, thank you, David. Actually, this is, from our point of view, one of the most important elements to be able to navigate the turbulences and navigate the volatility that we still find in the continent, and that is one of the things that we need to try to reduce from a government and private perspective. From a private perspective, what we try to do is to maximize our supply of raw materials from Africa. In fact, today we have reached 80% of our raw materials is supplied through African suppliers. And it has not just a natural hedging function, because obviously when your revenues are generated exclusively in currencies, African currency, better that your costs are also linked to those currencies. But also by doing that, you are impacting positively in the economy of the countries. You are developing their own supply chain in the countries. And you are impacting, and in our case, we are impacting in 1 billion per year positively in the economy. But overall, you are developing the infrastructure, the manufacturing infrastructure to have sovereignty over the resources. That is part quite important. One of the things that you say, well, that's fantastic, what limits and what could we do to improve it? Africa is quite fragmented.
Yes.
And sometimes the scale of several countries is small. Trading within Africa is complicated. Sometimes it's easier to trade and to import than trade within Africa. And yes, we have the AFTA, we have ECOWAS. They are working, they are progressing, but sometimes are not as effective as they should be, because either parallel regulations are developed that offset the benefits, or either the administrative requirements for applying those agreements became such impractical that really doesn't work as they should.
Sure. Well, you're right, I think, and I think this brings us very well onto the next question, which I'll ask Mark about. But sometimes we look at the African continent, we see 1.4 billion people, we see a market of several trillion, but it is the size of a big, let's say, European economy, but broken up into 54 pieces with 54 languages. Well, more than that, 54 sets of regulations, etc. Mark, I think we should talk about the African free trade area. I mean, I would say that a lot of people in this room would think the following, broadly, that this is a great idea. There's been a lot of political momentum behind it, but it's been ratified by many countries. There's a secretariat in Accra, but they're yet to see on the ground this really working in terms of increased trade, increased value added, and things moving across the continent that weren't before.
Yeah, I mean, if that is indeed the room in the view, I think the room is correct. It needs to be more than a framework. It needs to be implemented, and it needs to be focused on some specific priority areas. So it needs to facilitate intra- and pan-African trade, not just removing traditional tariff barriers and customs excise, but facilitating quite complex supply chains in, for example, the textile sector. But it also needs to accelerate the velocity of the Pan-African agreements on some regulations. So, for example, pharmaceutical products. So pharmaceutical products that, for example, are consumed in Angola or manufactured in Ghana are not allowed to be consumed in Kenya or Mozambique. So there needs to be a Pan-African agreement. Now, I'm not suggesting it's simple. It is complicated, but that is where the focus needs to be. So it's possible to manufacture something in Morocco and export it to Kenya or Angola, or wherever the particular market might be. And that also should be accelerated through, there's been a lot of talk about e-commerce platforms, but I think that is an area where you could quite quickly see consumable goods particularly being transferred across the continent. May I just for 1 minute, David, just pick up a point that Rita made, because I think it's very important. She was absolutely right to suggest that Africa has resources, and not just in terms of in financial institutions, in sovereign wealth funds, in pension funds. You'll also all be aware there are an increasing number of quite large family offices, high net worth individuals across the African continent, who at the moment are not investing their money in Africa. Much of it's going elsewhere. And I think that Africa didn't build China. So why is Africa as a continent broadly reliant and focused on trying to attract only investment coming in from elsewhere when there is significant resources here on the continent or controlled by the continent and bringing it back? So, for example, with remittances, there are now very sophisticated mechanisms that you can send a remittance back for a specific purpose, not just for your grandmother's bank account, but to enable streetlights to be built outside your grandmother's apartment block on the outskirts of Lagos or Nairobi, or wherever it might be. And this is part of how the Philippines, for example, built some of their domestic infrastructure. So I think there's a whole range of issues in terms of financial and money flows that Africa needs to accelerate the seriousness with which it takes responsibility for its own economic development and economic growth.
That's fascinating, actually. That I would like to follow up, but time's running out. I would like people in the audience to think of questions, because I will come to you soon. Rita, I wanted to pick up on some of that. Morocco is positioning itself as a kind of, a hub. I mean, Casablanca specifically, as a hub from which one can invest in Africa, trade with Africa. I heard a story the other day that there are pilot projects going on within the African Continental Free Trade Area. One of the pilot projects was to try to sell car parts from Kenya to, I think it was Ghana, certainly a country in West Africa. And the company that was trying to do this found that it had to first ship these car parts to Asia, from which there literally weren't the logistics. So I wondered if you could talk about it, perhaps from the Moroccan perspective. How real is this knitting the continent together? And of course, logistics is more than ships and roads. It's also finance. It's also, currency regulation. How easy is it to do business, let's say, from the Casablanca financial hub on a Pan-African basis?
Thank you for your question. Actually, it's a very good one. And just to piggyback on your example for the car manufacturing, if we look into the pharma sector, which is really important, if you want to export, and Morocco and other countries are trying to beef up their pharma and being able to export, you would need to go to France and then go back to Africa. So there's many sectors where logistics is really important, and we need to invest into that. So regional integration is really, really important. It's something that we really need to accelerate. But Morocco has been a hub It's a gateway to Africa. Sorry, it's a gateway to Europe. It's a gateway as well to the US. Even, you know, with the change in the trade tariff, it's only capped to 5%, so it's not a big deal for Morocco. So, and also Morocco has been very serious about industrial zones. Charlie has given that as an example of a way, you know, to accelerate growth in Africa. You have talked about Tangemed. So Morocco has put a big emphasis on infrastructure, and infrastructure that help to attract FDI, but also to put Morocco and position Morocco on the map as a gateway to Africa as well.
Okay, I think that's very true, and something that I've absolutely noticed whenever I've come here. Let me open it up to the audience. I see a hand shoot up here. That's a very promising sign. Let's have a question from here, followed by a question from there. Could we get mics, please? Another question here, I see. So first of all, my eyesight's terrible, but there's a lady here. Is a mic coming your way? FT Live promised me mics. In which case, just please stand up and yell. You've got a mic now. Thank you.
Hi. This question is for Mark, actually. You mentioned family offices, and people may or may not know there's a massive amount of AUM that is in family offices, and you said they're still not really investing in the continent. I want to ask, are you aware of what may be making them hesitant about investing? Is it narrative? Is it not enough information about what it takes to invest in Africa? What do you think could be maybe the hindrance? Because in my work, there's a lot of interest in the family office area about getting into Africa. What do you think could maybe be keeping it behind?
I think that's an excellent question, because we're often told, you know, foreign investors don't understand Africa and that's why they're reluctant and they get the premium wrong and whatever. But if you've got African family offices that are sending their money to Switzerland, then maybe we've got a problem. Mark, could you address that?
Yeah, I think it's all of the points that you made. It's the family offices tend to be confident and secure about the country in which they're located, but not necessarily other parts of Africa or even other parts of the region. So education is part of it. I also think there's an element of risk averse. So they want to maintain, quite rightly and understandably, maintain the success that the family has had. And they see currently the best way to do that is to invest outside of the continent. But I think that as Africa continues to develop and there are more sophisticated financial instruments through, for example, the Casablanca Finance City and others, hopefully that will give greater confidence for the money to maintain and stay here on the continent. And there are, interestingly, an increasing number of family office conferences, I don't know whether the Financial Times are involved in these, but perhaps you should be if you're not, who are putting Africa to a much greater extent on the agenda, not just for African family offices, but other family offices around the world, as a safe, secure investment destination, for example, investing in long-term infrastructure projects.
Very interesting. There was a question, there was a guy there. Okay, I can't find you anymore, sorry. How about this lady and this guy, I think. Could we get a microphone? Maybe we could get 2 quick questions as time's running out. And maybe you could just very quickly identify yourself, and then and then pass the mic to the lady afterwards. Thank you.
So hello, it's a pleasure that I'm being here with you. So I am Wad, I'm part of the European delegation in Morocco, and my question is as follows: what do you think about some other forms of finance, such as crowdfunding or other forms that could really be leveraged in order to?
Okay, crowdfunding.
Yeah.
We got it.
Hi, Professor Yasmin Hasnawi, Professor of Geopolitics at HM Group and fellow expert at the Council for Mediterranean Diplomacy. My question goes to Mr. Mark again. So with the wave, you know, when we talk about, you know, seeing the title and with what is happening in Africa, with the emergence of new regional blocks, notably the AES, that was detachment from the ECOWAS. You know, we are seeing now Africa's picture the redrawing. So do you see this this shift as creating new opportunities for, for regional self-reliance, or is it primarily deterring long-term investment? Thank you.
Did you get that, Mark? Could you just rephrase it very briefly?
Do you see now with the emergence of regional blocs, notably the alliance of the Sahelian states and it was detachment from ECOWAS. Do you see it as an opportunity?
Okay, so you've got ECOWAS breaking apart. You've had 3 or 4 states declared their sort of independence from it. Is this good or bad?
Yeah, thank you.
I think in terms of ECOWAS specifically, I think it's not positive in the way that it's breaking apart. I think what inevitably will happen is that under the architecture of the African Free Trade Agreement, it will start with regional blocs who will regulate across themselves first before it goes Pan-African. And certainly going back to one of the points I made earlier about governance matters, I don't think it's acceptable that a coup is allowed to take place with no promise of a time frame when democracy and civilian rule should be allowed, should return. So I think there is more to be done, and the African Union has a responsibility, as well as ECOWAS and the countries in that region, because that will impact investment and investor confidence going into those countries, and therefore economic development and economic growth and the enhancements of the livelihoods of people who live in those, countries.
You've raised an interesting point, and of course this is in a world where Traoré in Burkina Faso is now kind of a hero across Africa for many people. You must operate in some of these countries, I guess. I mean, you're sort of in the coup belt, or are you not? Have you managed to avoid this? How has political volatility in the region affected your business?
Look, we are in a business that actually are living from consumer, from many millions of transactions.
Yes.
So our position is much more limited than you can imagine to that. But it's strong governance.
It's what,
basically strong governance.
Strong governance.
Strong governance.
But do you sell? I mean, do you operate in Niger or Burkina Faso or Mali?
No.
You don't. Okay. All right. So you knew something that the rest of us didn't. Then, if you. Does anyone want to talk about crowdfunding? Or innovative financial vehicles, instruments. We didn't talk about blended finance, which is a bit away from crowdfunding, but...
No, I think, again, maybe summarizing what you're all saying, I mean, there are maybe 3 areas that Africa need to work on, and that will make it more attractive. One is fiscal stability, and I would say you need to safeguard fiscal sustainability. You do that by improving revenue mobilization and be more transparent the way you borrow. The other one is integration of the continent. You have all these savings, so if you integrate, you can use that. About the question that came before, sometimes the people that know the country are exactly the people that send the money out. We've seen that in Argentina, for instance. Lots of money out during the crisis. Some money come back when the country gets its act together. So local knowledge does not mean that you're going to invest locally. Actually, in a global capital market, very often it's the opposite. So it's important to understand, deepen integration is important, but you need to do the homework so you're attractive to any capital. And the third is leveraging blended finance and multilateral support, because that's a way that you can get cheaper finance and safeguard your fiscal position.
Right. Okay, that's very interesting summing up. I was also interested, Mark, in your idea about people sending remittances that could be kind of hypothecated. I mean, again, as a sort of vaguely an economic journalist, I'm a bit dubious about whether money is not fungible, but the idea that you could send money back to build public infrastructure, I think is very, very interesting. It's potentially a story for us at the Financial Times. I'm afraid we have run out of time. Fortunately, we've crowdfunded coffee and cakes. So please avail yourself of those. Have a coffee break, talk. We'll be back here when I'll be handing over to my colleague, Ben Parkin. Thanks very much, and thanks for an excellent, lively panel.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients, and today the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, you know, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, you know, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, you know, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability, and also in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and
an Africa news editor for the Financial Times. Our next session will focus on the role of sustainable finance in driving Africa's green transition. To begin, we'll have a 10-minute scene setter from Santiago Lefebvre, who will join us virtually to speak about mobilizing innovation and impact for Africa's next chapter, which will draw on his experience and his work as the chief executive and founder of Change Now. Thank you, and welcome to Santiago whenever he's ready.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Casablanca Business Forum, for having me. Okay. Let me know when it's okay. Is it okay?
Are we ready to go?
I'm ready to go. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You have sound. Perfect. Well, thank you, Casablanca Business Forum, for having me. It's a pleasure to. Okay.
Just bear with us.
No worries. No worries.
Go.
Okay, does it work?
No problem.
Okay, is it better?
How? Well, sorry.
Yes. Hello. Do you hear me? Thank you, Casablanca Business Forum, for having me.
But who's going to answer the questions? Should we go ahead with the panel, or? Well, why don't I'll just ask them to wait a minute. Hi everyone, apologies for the false start. We're having some technical issues, I'm told. So if you just bear with us for a minute, we'll get started shortly. With the panel now. As I said, I'm Ben Parkin. I'm the Middle East and Africa news editor for the Financial Times, and this panel will be about the role of sustainable finance in driving Africa's green transition. Hopefully, Santiago will join us shortly, but in the meantime, let's get our in-person panelists up. I'm delighted to welcome Diaretu Madine Gaia Dieng, who is the Schneider Electric President of Francophone Africa and Islands Cluster. Welcome. And Lauren Carter from the UNDP, who is the Deputy Lead of the Insurance Team. Hi, Lauren. And joining us virtually, we'll have Ma Jun, who is the President of the Beijing-based Institute of Finance and Sustainability, among other roles. Thank you both. Let's get started, and Ma will join us soon, I hope. To begin, can you briefly just introduce yourselves to us and tell us more about what you do? Lauren, would you like to go ahead? No. I don't know. Is that working?
Hello?
We need a microphone, please.
Okay. Sounds issue, sorry. Oh, you hear me?
Yeah. Are your microphones working now? The microphone working?
Hello, I think that mic finally is working here.
Sorry? Oh, yes. Oh, Santiago, sorry. Apologies. Hi. The anticipation was, I'm glad to have you. So let me just reintroduce you. This is Santiago Lefebvre, who is joining us virtually. He is the founder and chief executive of Change Now, and we'll talk about mobilizing innovation and impact for Africa's next chapter. Santiago, thanks for your patience, and we're delighted to have you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you, Casablanca Business Forum, for having me and being myself also in the business of organizing big events. I know how tricky technical things can be, so no worries. It's a pleasure to be with you. I wish I were here in person, but I'm already on my way for New York Climate Week, and so I'm here at least virtually. And so thank you for the invitation. I'm the founder and CEO of Change Now. For those who don't know yet what Change Now is the world's largest event of solutions for the planet. More than an event, it's an ecosystem. And we bring together every year 1,000 solutions coming from all over the globe. They meet there 1,200 investors representing more or less 9 trillions of assets under management. We are also bringing policymakers and everything that makes an ecosystem work. And this gathers people representing 140 nationalities. And we have a big focus on Africa because definitely the African ecosystem is very important to nurture and to grow. We had 13 countries represented, 13 delegations from African countries last year. I'm here, if I'm here, it's not as an expert of Africa in itself, but as an expert of ecosystems. And the question of ecosystems is a global thing. That's why I think it's always convenient to come back to the theories of how an ecosystem works. And why it is important, it's because every big change in history has been organized and is the fruit of the work of an ecosystem. We can take one of the recent examples, but the fact that Silicon Valley and the tech industry has really taken the world at some point is that there was a really strong ecosystem of the tech industry based in San Francisco and Silicon Valley, but also after that becoming global ecosystem. And so what is really an ecosystem? An ecosystem is it's three circles. You have the first circle, the one of the rebels, the one coming with the ideas. Then there is a second one overlapping a bit, which is the one of the talent. You need people with talent to go with great ideas. And the third circle is the one of the funding. And it's how much those three circles, like in a Venn diagram, overlap that you can measure the strength of an ecosystem. The stronger the ecosystem, the bigger change it can have on the world and on economies. So that's why I think, and this is Change Now's mission, how we can bring together the all impact ecosystem so it can gain strength and have a real change. And so what we do is that we need to bridge, to make the bridge between the civil society, between economics and policymakers, for example, but also between solutions and finance. And how we can do that? The first thing is that we need to first to think strategically about how we build this ecosystem. And we have to create this inspirational layer. If I take the example of Silicon Valley, Silicon Valley has great marketing. We want to become entrepreneur in Silicon Valley because we have those great stories of someone starting in the garage and building an empire and changing the world, making a lot of money. And so this mythology of the ecosystem attracts a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of talent, going to Stanford, for example, but also a lot of funding. And so there is a lot to do about telling the story of the ecosystem. When you tell a strong story about what is coming from this impact ecosystem, whatever the country you are in, you drive more finance, you make it more attractive. And so, yeah, I won't make it too long because also we're running a bit late now in the schedule. But for me, so this is the first input I wanted to have is say we need to have marketing of and to pursue developing the marketing of the impact industry of the green investments of clean energy of better education and tell the great stories around that. This will enable us to channel more capital into the priorities that can be indeed the energy sector, food systems, very important. If we tackle both the energy and the food transition, we have made a lot of the work. So those are two big priorities. Then health systems and education. And maybe one of the last also inputs I want to have here is that to close the Africa climate finance gap, which is a priority, we also need to combine in the right way all types of financial instruments that will be developed, I guess, with the panel after that, going from blended finance to philanthropy to VCs and public sector. But we have a learning coming from the last UN Ocean Conference. I mentioned that because we had at that moment a mission which was to gather the promises of funding for the ocean. And we managed to bring together it was 5 billion dollars of investment for the ocean. But the big learning of that is that most of the capital coming from private sector was only going to market-ready solutions about circular economy, for example, or in mobility, things where the market is already here and a pay market. And other big issues like biodiversity, for example, inclusion, were not really addressed by capital, and this was really taken by the philanthropy. And so I think that we always need to have the biggest diversity of financial instruments around the table to see how we combine them and going from definitely very private sectors to very more philanthropic players also. So this was just my message to think about ecosystems, marketing it, and create more collaboration to try to close this funding gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Santiago. I appreciate your patience. And we will come on to our panelists now. So Lauren, just briefly introduce yourselves to us. I think, is that one working? Yeah.
Is it working? Okay, great. Thanks, Ben. I'd like to start off by saying Sabah al-Khair to our audience and shukran bizaf to the Casablanca Finance City for inviting me here today. So I'm Lauren Carter. I'm the deputy lead for UNDP's Insurance and Risk Finance facility. And what that means is we work to build dynamic insurance markets and solutions that de-risk investments and also build the financial resilience of countries and communities around the world. We work in almost 40 countries, including about 11 in Africa. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion here today. And thanks again for having me.
Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Diaretou Madina. I lead the Schneider Electric region, that is Francophone Africa and islands, but I will not comment that part. So it's quite a broad region that goes from Tunisia all the way down to Democratic Republic of Congo. Roughly, the mission of Schneider Electric is to be a trusted partner in sustainability and efficiency. I know these words may sound very broad, but we offer solutions around electrification, digitization, and also industrial automation. I'll have a chance probably to deep dive and connect it to the theme we will be discussing today. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And is Dr. Marjun with us? Virtually? We can hear you, but we can't see. Oh, yes. Hello, welcome.
Can you hear?
Yes. So, Doctor, just briefly introduce yourselves to us in the audience, please.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me. My name is Ma Jun. I'm the president of Institute of Finance and Sustainability, which is a think tank on green finance in China. Previously, I was the chief economist of the Chinese Central Bank, namely the People's Bank of China. And during that time, I was leading the Chinese green finance policy work. And last 10 years, I was also involved in a range of international green finance initiatives, including co-chairing the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group and chairing the Capacity Building Alliance of Sustainable Investment, which is a capacity building global consortium, especially for emerging markets and developing countries.
I'm afraid not. Can you hear us, June?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, I was just asking you to tell us more about your work at the Chinese Central Bank, how China created, in a matter of years, one of the largest, if not the largest, green finance markets in the world.
Right. That was about 10 years ago when I was the chief economist in the central bank leading the drafting of the green finance guidelines. And at that time, we set up a framework which has 4 key elements or pillars for green sustainable finance. One is taxonomy, which defines the activity that should be financed by banks and capital markets. And secondly, we set up a disclosure requirement, which was on the disclosure of environmental benefits of the green projects. And later on, we're moving towards the ISSB-based disclosure system. And third pillar is a range of green financial products, including green loans, green bonds, green ETF, and the carbon market, and so on. As of now, China has developed the largest green lending market in the world, which has an outstanding amount of equivalent to $6 trillion US, and also the largest green bond market in the world. And these financial instruments supported the massive growth of the green economy, including the largest renewable market in the world. China now accounts for 50% of total renewable installation in the world, and 60% of the world's EV production in the world, and 70% of battery production in the world. The last pillar is what I call financial or policy incentives, because we need to make the financing cheaper for green projects so that we can crowding private sector money and participation. For that purpose, the Central Bank of China introduced what we call decarbonization facility, which is a cheaper funding facility for renewables and other green projects, and local governments in China offered interest subsidies. And in some of the local pilot cities, we were able to observe 40% annual growth of green lending in the last 7 years.
At Africa today and across the many African countries, what do you see happening in terms of growth, in terms of the availability of the products you mentioned, loans, bonds, and ETFs, and how much Chinese capital is now available for African green markets?
I think one important connection between China and the African green market is that China can provide a large number of low-cost technologies, including, as I said, renewables such as wind, solar equipment, and electric vehicles, batteries, and other components of the renewable energy and green transportation system. And secondly, China provides cheaper financing, especially in the domestic, what we call panda bond market, which is a market for offshore fundraisers to issue bonds in China. This market, the funding cost is 200 to 300 basis points cheaper than the dollar market, largely because Chinese policy rate is about 300 basis points lower. Even after you do the hedging, currency risk is actually cheaper. So we're beginning to see a lot of foreign issuers, especially from developing emerging markets, including from Brazil, from Middle East, from ASEAN countries. They're issuing green bonds in the Chinese panda bond market. I'm looking for actually African issuers to tap into the Chinese panda bond market.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Diarra, let me come to you. Just broadly, when we talk about the energy transition in an African context, what are we, how do we define this? I mean, what are the expectations and goals? We're talking about countries that where energy consumption is very low and needs to grow. There aren't abundant, in many cases, alternative resources. So to sort of ground the discussion, what can we hope to, what are we trying to achieve?
What we try to achieve when we cover those topics, I would say, is the positive side of the coin. What I mean by that is, yes, there is a topic of energy transition. What we put inside is all opportunities that are today given by renewable energies that are very much available in our continent, here in Morocco, but also in the rest of Africa. I'm sure you've seen once a map of Africa showing the level of solar powers that we can get depending on where we are. It mainly covers, let's say, the Sahara region, where most countries that I covered are. So this is one topic for us, and also one opportunity to support this move from fossil energy to renewable energy. The second opportunity that we see and we try to cover is also all industrialization that are expected from these countries that all have, let's say, young people coming into the market, for which we need to have new houses, new schools, new employments to create. So to be able, let's say, to sustain the growth of the demography, we need to bring industrialization solutions. And this is where today solutions that are linked to electrification can help. Why these solutions matter? It's because, and I think this you all need to be aware of, maybe not everyone is aware about it, the cheapest way and the most sustainable way to power any industry, any data center, any car is actually electricity. Just to give you a very basic example that you know, today it's cheaper to power a car via electricity than via fuel. And this example, that is a very basic one, applies to industry, applies to data center, applies to building. So this is where, as a company in Schneider Electric, we see the opportunity linked first to energy transitions, thanks to renewable, but also linked to industrialization, because industrialization requires electrification, and electrification is the cheapest and most sustainable way of powering, let's say, the economic development of our countries.
So can you give us a couple of examples, practical examples, in countries where you work across Francophone Africa of where that is actually being done and with meaningful results?
Yes. Before giving the examples, maybe I should complete my previous sentence. I said electrification is the cheapest way of powering anything, but I also said it is the most sustainable way. Why? It's because electricity allows us to have lower emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. And when you have lower greenhouse gas emissions, you are able actually to impact positively on the planet. And this is why we make the link between electrification and sustainability. Electricity doesn't require as much as greenhouse emission as fuel or other sources of energy. This was just to illustrate.
I suppose if that is not coming from renewable sources, the electricity is being generated through coal or fossil fuels of various kinds, right?
Yes, that's true. And this is where the loops, là où la boucle est bouclée, to use a French word, it's because, of course, today, all electricity producers are, of course, trying to put as much as renewable as possible. I remember while we were preparing this panel, Dr. Ma gave a figure, but I'm sure he will come back on this figure, on the level today of renewables that we can see into the production of electricity. Back to an example that maybe I could share. We have here in Morocco a very important mining industry with which we are working, of course, because Morocco is a mining country that has many raw materials that are of great value. And what we've done actually, we've helped them build a digital twin of their industrial setup. So this is where actually digitization and electrification can help. Because when you build a digital twin, what happens? You are able to monitor. And as soon as you are able to monitor anything, even if you monitor your own electricity consumption at home, you start taking measures. When you start taking measures, you see the immediate effect because you consume less and you have an impact on energy efficiency. So for this company, for instance, thanks to this digital twin that we have been able to deploy with him, he is now able to take action to monitor. And because you know that now all software is powered by AI, beyond just monitoring, he is able to predict failures that could hinder his production and then take preventive action. So those are types of solutions linked to digital that can help I took an example of an industry, but I can take in any other segment or sectors.
So that's an example of increasing efficiency with existing infrastructure, existing energy sources, yes, right, as opposed to transitioning to renewables or something like that. Are there examples of, where you've worked on grids that have introduced solar at scale or wind at scale?
Yeah. I can maybe share a second example where we indeed had to introduce renewable energy. In this case, it was solar. It was actually in Côte d'Ivoire for a telco operator. And this will maybe make the link with green financing. We worked with a developer that had the ability to bring funds, green funds, I would say, but also the ability to deploy and maintain the solution. So what we did, we brought, let's say, the hardware that was required, the software, and he was then able to build this solution that allows him to power this data center and, of course, make energy savings. And what was interesting in this model is that the customer didn't have to pay any upfront cost. All was on the back of the developer, who basically had a performance-based contract. And this allowed both the end, let's say, customer, which was a telco operator for his data center somewhere in Côte d'Ivoire, and the developer to have a win-win relationship. The telco operator didn't have to invest upfront, and the developer had a business plan with an ROI that allowed him, let's say, to get his fund back after 6-7 years. So in this model, we were the tech provider, the software provider. He was a developer, and the end customer had his solution up and running.
Thank you. So Lauren, if you have any reflections or reactions to things you've heard already, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, just one, and I think that this is really important when we talk about how do you enable a green transition. I think it's you make it as easy as possible. You know, when you make it so that people don't have to do complicated upfront investments, and when you just plug and play it into existing and familiar solutions, it becomes easier for people to uptake, you know, or make these transitions. And so I think that what you guys are doing to facilitate this and make it as easy as possible for people to integrate these kind of green solutions into their existing structures and models is going to be really key for encouraging the uptake, you know, across your kind of business lines. And then the other point that you raised around AI, I think that this is a really interesting point as well, because as we know, AI is a huge consumer of energy, but it's also a critical enabler of growth and development and competitiveness in today's age. And so how does Africa and how does the rest of the world balance the fact that we were already not really on track to meet our goals for the Paris Agreement, but with the adoption of AI, it's kind of thrown a boomerang or a wrench in the equation, because the energy consumption of some of these data centers, et cetera, is going to be both necessary for people to maintain competitiveness, but also will add you know, additional costs for the carbon budgets that we have. So those are just two kind of top-line reflections that I had.
Thank you. So coming, kind of refocusing on finance and the role of finance, you're coming at it from, you work on insurance. For those of us in the audience who are not experts on either insurance or green finance, tell us about why that is crucial. We were talking before about, you know, the concept of an uninsurable world, and tell us about what you're doing to prevent that.
Great question. So actually this concept of an uninsurable world, for those of you who are frequent readers of the Financial Times, it's one of their columns now, and this echoes what the Prime Minister of Barbados and the head of the Bridgetown Initiative, Mia Mottley, often says, which is, what is not insurable is not investable. And what we're seeing is sort of a drying up or a retreat of insurance in certain mature markets around the world that are showing us, in California, Florida, for example, that are showing us what could happen in the future if we don't work to maintain insurability. And so for Africa, access to reliable modern energy is one of the great enablers of development, but unfortunately over 600 million Africans still don't have access to regular electricity. And insurance can help address some of the risks and bottlenecks to investment flows for both renewable energy projects as well as off-grid energy projects. So for example, for larger scale energy projects, parametric insurance, which is an innovative insurance tool that, unlike traditional insurance, which is based on loss, parametric insurance is based on triggers. This could be wind speed, wave height, lack of rainfall, temperature, and those triggers enable a payout, and that payout is not quite instantaneous, but close to. And that speed and efficiency can really help countries or developers or whoever has the parametric policy to quickly use that financing to recover and reduce any sort of payment delays. So for example, this can mitigate impacts from revenue losses related to lack of wind for turbines, related to limited sun for solar, or low water levels for hydro. So that's a way of protecting cash flows and investor returns for large-scale energy projects. And then for off-grid energy projects, one of the main risks that companies and investors face is related to repayment risks, often due to income volatility when the end users have a health crisis or a crop failure. And so by bundling innovative insurance solutions like agricultural insurance or like health and life insurance, these can enable families, when there's a crisis, to continue making their pay-as-you-go solar payments so that they don't lose that access to electricity, which again as a critical enabler of development and pulling people out of poverty. And then for investors and energy companies themselves, this is a game changer because it protects their revenue streams, it reduces things like customer churn, and customer acquisition is obviously one of the more expensive business activities that new companies undertake, and it makes ultimately these business models for off-grid solar energy more bankable.
Thank you. And I mean, how many then, give us examples of to what extent this is, for example, parametric insurance is being used in practice in the kind of contexts we're talking about, whether it's in Africa or indeed in other continents, because you have a global remit.
Yeah. So to be totally frank, it's not being used that much, but we see a big opportunity. So as I said, insurance can help de-risk and unlock investments in renewable energies, but it's not being used as much as the potential could be. So I can give two examples, one for off-grid and one for a larger scale project. So for example, in Zambia, an off-grid solar company called Vitalite piloted a model where smallholder farmers who bought solar home systems also received agricultural insurance. And what this did is it meant so that when there was a drought, these farmers, when they had a crop loss, these farmers were still able to maintain their pay-as-you-go solar payments. And so the result of this for the company was fewer defaults, more stable operations, and a stronger case for financing the expansion. And of course, these smallholder farmers, at a point when they're at their most vulnerable, still have access to critical electricity that allows them, to continue their lives, their kids to study late at night, et cetera. And so what began as actually an agricultural insurance initiative actually helped unlock capital for energy access simply by reducing a correlated risk. And then for a larger scale energy project, for example, I don't know of any uses of parametric insurance and infrastructure in Africa, but in Vietnam, wind farms are starting to incorporate parametric insurance for low wind periods to ensure that investor returns are stable. And I also just want to flag that insurance is meant to cover idiosyncratic and infrequent risks. If you're having something that's occurring on an annual basis, insurance can be a very costly and expensive tool. So the idea is that you hold that risk yourself, but it's meant to manage more catastrophic risks or rare events. But actually, myself and the energy team at UNDP, we wanted to understand this question ourselves. So we actually commissioned a report that will be released later this year that actually looks at what are the specific risks that insurance is best suited to address, to unlock more private investment in off-grid energy solutions. So it's a very practical report with a lot of detailed insights on how this can be applied. So within the next month or so, be on the lookout for that for anyone who's interested more tangibly in this space.
Thank you. So let's open up to audience questions. If you have a question, please put your hand up and we'll have a mic coming around. I think I can see one towards the back. I have one online in the meantime, which I'll put to you, Diarra. What must African companies do differently to become the first choice for green investment, not the subcontractors?
That's a difficult question, but also I think what first we need to do is to be all aware. For me, one of the greatest challenges that we have on this green financing topic is awareness that first, green finance is available, but also that technology is available. And for instance, us as a company in this business of electrification and digitization, this is where we have a role to play. Bring awareness. The way, for instance, we do it, just to illustrate it, is that we've seen many of our customers all over the world having long-term goals around sustainability, net zero, etc. They all have a goal, but usually they don't know the way, the how to be able to reach this goal. So for instance, we have developed a practice of advisory to come and say to the customer, forget about our core business, let us build together a roadmap to reach your goal. Once we build this roadmap, then we can have, let's say, a business as usual discussion where we tell you, okay, you need to do this to be more energy efficient, you need to digitize, you need to decarbonize. So this is where we believe that we could have green finance meeting green technology. And for me, one of the first hurdles that I encounter on a daily basis is this awareness. This is why actually I'm here, because I think it's very important that we all agree that we have today ways of first leveraging on green financing, but second, using green technologies that is available at scale. Maybe just this one example, because I'm mindful of time.
Thank you. So yes, I think we have a couple of questions. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hi, I have a comment. It's a question, but it's such a deep question.
Can you just very briefly introduce yourself and keep the comment brief as well?
I'm Marcelo Estevão, the Chief Economist and Managing Director at the Institute of International Finance in Washington, D.C. So there's a deep debate that one needs to have, that is, how do you do green transition in Africa, where many countries are dependent on natural resources that are not green to finance development? Take a case of Chad, for instance. Oil exports is fundamental for the development of that country. So this is a hard question to answer because, Norway is, gets oil from the ground and export, and the US does that, other countries do that, and they finance their policies with the income from that type of activity. So how do we make transition in Africa in a way that is consistent with the development of the continent? How do we do this transition without asking them not to use a major natural resource to fund education policies and everything that we know is important for the transition as well?
Maybe I will not answer the question, but I think I will bring my 2 cents on this debate. Again, two sides of the same coin, offer and demand. Where, for instance, a company like the one I belong to can help is on the demand side. Whatever revenues come from, whatever the raw material on which the value of the country is built, our message is to say, okay, today it is possible, thanks to tech, to be much more efficient. So if you are much more efficient, it's good if you are a company for your profit and loss. If you are a home builder or just a homeowner, it's good, let's say, for your funds. So this is one message. So tech is available to be more energy efficient. Second message, while I would say making good to your funds and to your money, you happen to be also making good for the planet. Because if you consume less energy, you emit less greenhouse gas, and then you have a positive impact on sustainability. So acting on the demand part of let's say, of this discussion would maybe bring a positive impact. This is maybe my 2 cents on the topic.
Thank you. Lauren, we have another question, several questions in fact. Good to see. Does anyone have a mic? Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hassan Benayed. I'm from the African Development Bank, and I wanted to react a bit to what kind of resources beyond the classical green finance we allow to finance sustainable and green things. I wanted to highlight just 2 things for the audience. The first one is sustainability-linked loans, where basically, even though the use of proceeds is not green per se, but we encourage the company to work on its sustainability agenda on a more long-term approach. And this comes with a bonus on the cost of the funding of the corporate loan. And we at the FDB, we offer guarantees that also can have a bonus when the company reaches its targets. They set the target, we ensure that it's there, and so on. The second is we have been an anchor investor in the Alliance for Green Infrastructure Development Fund, because project development is a key to unlock and to be able to tap into those resources. And this is a 400 million project development fund, and it's active. It's the AGIPD, and it's co-developed with Africa 50. They are the fund manager. That's what I wanted to share as ways to address those questions.
Thank you. Well, on that, following on from that, Lauren, I wanted to ask you about where financing comes from, and particularly when it comes to your perspective as insurance, how much of this financing is global, local, and we were talking about it earlier, and the role of global investors versus African investors.
Yeah, one of the things that I also wanted to kind of flag is that we've been talking about how do we get more financing into these deals, and I think oftentimes there's quite a lot of institutional investors within African countries, and they're often not tapped into a lot of these infrastructure deals. They're often, how do we bring in the Dutch pension fund? How do we bring in, international insurance capital? And as on my side, we work to build these sort of like dynamic insurance markets. Those insurers collect premiums, and those premiums need to be invested. Insurers globally outside of pension funds are the world's largest pool of capital. They collectively manage approximately $40 trillion. And those assets are not sufficiently kind of invested in sustainable energies. And for example, in Africa, there's often regulations that prevent insurers from being able to invest in local infrastructure projects. This is due to concerns about their ability to be able to pay out when there's an event. But that said, I think that there's an opportunity to bring more local investors who work in local currency, who understand the local operating context, who understand the local environment and have skin in the game, to make these deals align better to national development priorities and also crowd in international investors. So that's one of the things that we at UNDP prioritize, is working with regulators, working with governments, trying to create those pathways that enable insurers to not just have to invest in government paper, but to be able to bring them in to invest in local projects that actually support renewable energies and that support local project developers to be able to get these projects off the ground and bring in more international capital. So it's kind of a systems approach.
Thank you. So we have time for one more audience question. I'd seen a couple of hands. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. And please keep the question brief, if you don't mind.
Hello, everyone. It's Hafsa Al-Khallouqi, second-year student in management, in Master Management of Excellence in Management and Support of Change. My question is destined to Madam Lauren. As a young professional who is interested to build her career with the intersection of management, change, and sustainable finance, what are the skills, the key skills of expertise that you can recommend they can be the basis of this career? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and maybe as this is closing, I can bring it back to Santiago's earlier point of ecosystems. I think that there are many experts in all of the different fields, in financing, in governance, in insurance, etc., the technologies, the green technology side, but I think that the real expertise that is needed, because we have the financing, we have the technology, we have the demand, we have all these separate parts, but it's being able to bring them together. And it's being able to work with different stakeholders from government, from private sector, from development, and actually be able to translate across them to speak not just the jargon of one industry, but to be able to find a cohesive and common language that speaks to everyone and sort of our shared goals. I think that climate change is something that everyone can align on as being important, but everyone comes at it from their own unique perspective and vantage point as a government, as a citizen, as a company, etc. And being able to find a common ground where people can find a win-win, I think that's going to be the skill set that brings all the component parts together.
Well, thank you. And with that, let's wrap up and move on to the next panel. I'll welcome back my colleague David to introduce that. And thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Diaretu. Thank you, June. And thank you, Santiago. All right. Bye. Thank you.
while they're taking the photo, I'll just very briefly introduce this panel, which is the final one of the morning, so lunch beckons, where we're going to look at innovative financing mechanisms to plug some of these finance gaps. I was just looking, I asked AI, a journalist's best friend, what percentage of FDI, of global FDI goes to Africa. The answer was 3.5%. I'm actually skeptical. That's too high to me. But we do, there are absolutely funding gaps. We're going to talk about what those gaps are and how they can be filled. Just before, I just thought that Marcelo made a very interesting point that I'd just like to underline, because in this discussion of green finance, which may come up in our discussion, so this keeps cutting out, but which may come up in our discussion, you know, if the question is transition from what, I think. I mean, energy use in much of Africa is extremely low. In Uganda, they use 0.1 tons per capita of CO2 per year versus nearer 20 tons per capita in the United States. So the question literally is transition from what? And if the proposition is that countries remain poor in order to save the world, then countries will quite rightly reject that. So I think that the right question can be, is it possible to develop, to industrialize, to get rich using non-fossil fuels? If the answer to that is no, then we need to work on technology, because it will just be rejected and the arguments will be moot. Anyway, that is my threepence worth on that subject. On the subject of financing, let me invite an expert panel to the stage. We have Abdelmajid Fassi, FIDI, who is CEO, a regional office for Africa and head of CIB, which I think is Commercial and Investment Banking, if I'm not mistaken, of BNP Paribas. We have Rosa Cañadas, who's the president of Talea Capital Partners. She will tell us what that is. We have Federico Bonyala, who's the deputy director of the OECD Development Center. Thank you very much. And finally, joining us virtually, I hope, maybe, possibly, Abi Mustafa Maduakor, who is not able to join us today, maybe actually, but if she appears, then we'll bring her into the conversation, and I would very much like to, because she is absolutely an expert in her field. She's CEO of African Private Capital Association. Let me start, again, a kind of a scene setter. Federico, before we get into the possible innovative sources of financing, fantastic. Welcome. Can you hear us? Great, Abby, thanks very much. We can't hear you, but we'll sort that out by the time I ask you a question, I hope. Federico, before we get into innovative financing, which may or may not include crowdfunding, which was a question that we had earlier, what are the financing needs? I mean, in a sense, it's an open door question, because you look across the continent and you see them everywhere. But what do you see as the financing priorities, the gaps, where there are, to use a banker's phrase, bankable projects that are not being financed? Or maybe that's the problem. You're welcome to have mine. No. Which brings us to an important point. Before you have finance, you need infrastructure.
I think it works.
Okay, right.
Thank you, David. And first of all, let me thank the organizer, and in particular, Casablanca Finance City, and my very good friend that I see over there for the invitation. I'm Federico Bonaglia, the Deputy Director of the OECD Development Center You may be familiar with the OECD group of industrialized economies. The Development Center is a bit of a special place, as we have more than half of our members coming from outside the OECD, including Morocco, and we have several African countries as members of our institution. We work very closely with several African institutions, including the African Union, and every year we produce an analysis of development dynamics on the continent. And so last year, actually 2 years ago, we asked ourselves the question of how much financing is necessary in Africa to meet the goals that African heads of states have agreed in the African Union Agenda 2063.
Yes. Okay, that's a good
So
starting
the
point.
number is staggering because it's 194 billion per year. But at the same time, this number is not that big because if it's about 7% of the region GDP, and it's a very small percentage of global asset under management, and including African old asset under management. So on one hand, very big need, 194 billion per year. On the other hand, if you compare it to the opportunities that are in the continent and to the size of financial assets, it's not that big.
Right. So we shouldn't be put off by big numbers. This is a manageable number if done right.
It is a manageable number.
Okay.
But here is the paradox. You would expect that capital will flow where it's most needed because the returns, the marginal returns will be higher. Unfortunately, although Africa observed the largest increase globally in FDI last year, this increase was driven by one big project in Egypt, and still most of these projects remain relatively small. So we are not observing capital flowing where opportunities are. And just to exemplify this paradox with one example, in the previous panel we were talking about the green transition, the importance of investing in renewable energy. Africa holds 60% of the best solar energy potential in the world. Still, in Africa, the installed capacity of solar is 1% of the global. Why? Because the cost of capital is too high. It costs 7 times higher to invest in renewable energy, to get a project finance in renewable energy in Africa than what it costs in Europe or in North America. And so the question, and I will maybe go a bit deeper in the next round of questions about what the solutions could be, the key priority that we see is that you need to lower the cost of capital for Africa. And this has to do both with risk assessment and risk perceptions, but also with the way that project finance and blended finance is built today, which is maybe not fit for purpose for emerging economies and frontier economies. So that will be our, let's say, 4-point agenda.
Yes.
One is that African countries really need to continue investing into the regulatory frameworks and the financial market architecture that would enable more cross-border flows. And I think that here, the Casablanca Finance City is a great example of how you can advance on that. Second, you certainly need to strengthen the capacities, both in the public and the private sector, to come up with bankable projects. Just to give you one number, we did a study a few years ago. 80% of infrastructure projects in Africa fail at the feasibility study.
Right.
Because they do not meet the risk-return expectations of investors. At the same time, the other projects that go through have a very low rate, actually the lowest globally rate of default. So there is here again an example of a paradox of great opportunity, great returns, but high, or better, low risk appetite of investors to engage because they don't see sufficient risk mitigation instruments in place. So that will be the second point. The third will be the need of improving risk mitigation tools and improving risk perception. And this has to do a lot with data. And I will say a few words in the second round of questions about that. And the last point, which will be my next, when you will ask me, I hope, is that African companies and African governments should also start looking into other sources of financing. And this has to do a lot with what we heard before, climate-related finance, better value in nature, blended finance, and of course, further developing local currency capital markets.
All right, that's very interesting. Just a quick follow-up. People often talk about risk, which is clearly a factor. There is something else, there's reward, which is the other side of the coin. And yet a lot of the investments that we're talking about are public goods that don't necessarily, obviously, throw off a reward. If you build a road, obviously you could charge a toll, but then that cuts down the amount of traffic and the kind of the the public good that it serves, or it can just be a road to benefit farmers, to make the economy flow better, to make the economy more investable. But the road itself doesn't actually produce a profit. It might produce, theoretically, a loss. How do you get around that paradox?
Well, it's how you define returns on investment. So there is, of course, a very important component of the social return of investment. And there is also a need of looking at, when you build an infrastructure, what is the impact of the infrastructure on the economic development of the place where the infrastructure is built. There is a lot of talk now in Africa about corridors. Well, if a corridor is just a railway connecting a mine to a port, we're not going that far from what has happened in colonial times.
Exactly.
So we need to move, and we have to shift from an idea from transport corridor to development corridors. But to turn a transport corridor into a development corridor, you need to invest a lot on the surrounding infrastructure, that's in some cases soft infrastructure, including involving cities and looking at how cities can help structure rural-urban linkages for agri-food, for example, or investing in education. I mean, what kind of human capital are you putting there? Demography and urbanization are often quoted as opportunities for Africa. Of course, the population will double. It's a very young population. The median age, so it means half of the population is below 19 years of age. The levels of education are increasing. If you look at the students in Africa, at the young people in Africa with secondary or tertiary education, the volume will double in the next 20 years. There will be more than in Europe, 200 and something million more in Europe.
Yes.
Still, when you look at the quality of that education, at the skills that are produced, they're not up to what is necessary. We just did a study last year showing that the type of jobs that will be created in 2030, most of those jobs, 70% of those, will require basic intermediate digital skills.
Yes.
If you look now at the skills that are produced by the education and training system, these are not in supply.
Sure. Okay. All right. It's very slightly off topic, although this is all interconnected, I understand. Now, Abby, I'm very much hoping that I can call you into the discussion here.
Can you hear me, David?
Yes, fantastic. That's great. Thank you. Welcome. Sorry you couldn't make it in person, but I completely understand. So, we've just heard about, in a sense, financing needs. What I want you to sketch out for us, if you can, is the evolution of the funding landscape, the money that could come here, and in what form, whether that is equity, debt, where it comes from. Could you sketch out for us the funding landscape and the evolution of that landscape?
Sure, thanks, David, and afternoon, everyone. Such a shame I can't be there today, but hopefully my virtual presence suffice. So I think it was a really great context that Federico gave, talking about the 190 billion, and some of us debate whether it's 190, 200 billion funding need per annum. And I'm going to address this from a private capital perspective. So in terms of private capital, we've seen a huge evolution over the past 2 decades. Well, actually, if we look at just the last decade, we've seen the sector evolve from a single-track private equity market to a multi-track system where we're seeing equity, we're seeing debt, like you mentioned, infrastructure and venture. All of them are playing their own distinct roles in the ecosystem. So just to give you a high level, just in terms of who's in the market right now, when we look from a ratio perspective, private equity funds to VC is about 1.5 to 1. Private equity to infra is about 2 to 1, and then private equity to debt, again, it's about 2 to 1. So just to show you that equity is still the most prevalent of all the tools and the asset classes that are being used, but others are still coming up. Again, just to give you a little bit more data to back it up, a lot has changed in the last 10 years. So if I look back to 2014 as an example, 95% of the funds in the market were generalist funds. And so these are fund managers that are providing growth equity to typically consumer-led sectors on the continent, because investing in Africa from a private capital perspective had always really been a consumer play. Then we cut to a couple of years after, infrastructure, the wide infrastructure need, and I like the way Federico framed it with the hard and the softer infrastructure need, started becoming more prevalent on the continent, because even if you're putting investments into other spheres of the economy, soon became a realization without infrastructure, without connectivity, without adequate infrastructure, then those investments probably wouldn't reap the amount of reward or return that they were supposed to. So opportunities started to erupt in the infrastructure space, renewable energy, IPP, in the data centers, and also in software infrastructure. And as a result, we also started seeing fund managers raising institutional funds to actually capitalize on these opportunities. And we have the likes of, the big names, Africa Invest, AIM. I'm not gonna, that's the acronym. I always forget the full name. Yes, exactly. Africa Infrastructure Investment Managers, yes,
Exactly.
and then
There's an
Meridian.
extra I in there, yeah.
Yes. And so then those players started coming, started filling the gaps there. Then we had the eruption of venture capital, which it depends who you speak to, but from us, we saw traditional and formalized venture capital really coming in from about 2018, 2019. Arguably before that, we were seeing investments in kind of earlier stage deals. Some of them were not necessarily from formalized venture capital funds. They were angel investment from angel investors or syndicated angel investors. So from our purposes at ABCA, we really saw this asset class really erupting from about 2018. And right now, I mean, venture capital really accounts for quite a large volume of deals, not necessarily the same size and value as private equity, but it really is a contender in terms of investment types for the continent.
You're talking about the kind of money that flows into Yaba or Silicon Savannah or the OPEs, of this world. I see. Yeah, I was just hearing about OPE recently, which is obviously Chinese backed, but those kind of companies, yeah.
Exactly. And why that's really important is because it really helps to position the continent, Africa, on the map for global investors. Because for the reasons you said, these are the names that people hear outside of the continent. They hear the Flutterwave, they hear the Stripe, they hear, Jumia, and they hear all of these names. So it really helps. To your point earlier about risk perception, I think some of these startups and some of these unicorns have actually helped with reducing risk perception.
Well, Jumia is not necessarily a good example of that because its share price crashed at one point, but I think it's maybe on a recovery path. I want to turn to something else, and I do think that ecosystem is very interesting, so it's good that you've highlighted that. This 80% figure, that 80% of infrastructure projects that are put to bankers, they then say, sorry, these are not bankable. Why is that? Because, I mean, the first thing that happens with a project, usually, as far as I know, is that, consultants, often paid for by the IMF or the World Bank or similar organizations, will crawl all over these and they'll try and de-risk them. Is that process just failing? Were these bad ideas to start with? Are these really non-bankable projects? Or can that 80% figure be brought down so that more of what governments think they want to finance can actually be financed?
To be honest, David, I think it's a blend. And you touched on some of the reason earlier when you talked about how many roads can be financed without tolls. So half of it is a reward. Saying some of these public goods that require private sector investment, we need to look at the risk reward of some of these transactions. And sometimes the reward element for them, they don't make the deals very attractive. So that's one part of it. The second part is, and I like to look at where blended finance could actually be quite interesting, especially what we're seeing in the renewable spaces. You need to layer on these transactions. At some point in the beginning, these deals are very, very capital intensive. And in that beginning stage where it's capital intensive, it's also quite risky. So there are very few commercial pools of capital that would want to come in at that stage.
Right.
And that's where the likes of the DFIs, concessional pools of capital, they become quite vital in these stages.
Right. We may come back to... Sorry, Abby.
Sorry, no, there's just a bit of an echo on my side, so tell me if I'm speaking over you because I can't hear that well, sorry.
No, I'm very sorry. Please carry on.
Okay, no worries. So I think, yes, they seem to be unbankable right now, but I do feel that 80% will reduce because I feel it's more around the structuring of these transactions. And I keep going back to blended finance. I know it's quite a fashionable term right now, but it really does work for some of these capital intensive, long tenure to return projects to attract the different pools of investors to come in at a point where, for instance, if a DFI or another concessional capital player has put in a first loss tranche to de-risk entry for, say, a pension fund to come into a renewable energy project. At that point, it becomes bankable for them because they can see a pathway to return and they can see that there is a first loss tranche to absorb any potential losses.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. People online, do send in questions. I'll make sure to put some of those to the panel, and people in the room, if you could be thinking of questions. Let me turn to Abdelmajid from BNP Paribas. Now, we heard someone earlier say that European banks were pulling out. Someone came up to me in the hallway and said, "Why are European banks leaving, and what does this mean?" I said we would discuss this head on in this panel. I mean, first of all, is BNP Paribas leaving? I think your answer is clearly no. And are European banks and international banks leaving more generally?
Thank you, David. No, I mean, this is definitely not a taboo question. It's a very interesting one. The best way to address that is maybe to rebound on what I heard with my colleagues here, Federico and Abi. Financing Africa is a bit like a kind of philharmonic orchestra where everyone has to play its part.
Okay.
And it's much better when people focus on what they do best as opposed to try to step in each other's foot.
Triangle, but
you probably don't want somebody to do everything. You know, you have in the retail banking, consumer finance, corporate financing,
yes,
project finance, non-recourse, export finance, guaranteed loans, debt capital markets, international debt capital markets. There's a variety of products that need to be offered.
Yes.
And your statement is correct if you limit it to retail and commercial banking. So European banks, including BNP Paribas, have been pulling out from retail banking.
From retail banking,
that's
yes.
absolutely
So that's
clear.
one part of the orchestra.
Exactly.
Let's call it the violin section.
Absolutely. And there's nothing emotional about that. It's just because of, you know, the way these banks are regulated in Europe, in the United States, with regulators that have been, you know, quite creative in putting, you know, RWA, you know, risk-weighted asset as the raw material of this industry.
Yes.
And basically, if you lend to a small cap if you're a French bank and you lend to a small cap, I would say in Marseille, it costs you much less capital than if you lend to a large corporate in some remote country in Africa.
Right.
So you don't have any other choice than to renounce a certain segment.
So it hits your balance sheet harder.
Yeah, exactly. It costs more. So either you need to make it more profitable, which means increasing your margin, which you don't want to do, or you need to cross-sell with other businesses, which you cannot necessarily do.
Yes. Just very quickly, is that a problem with regulation? I mean,
It's not a problem. I think
it's just a reality.
Actually, is it a problem for Africa? No, because Africa have alternatives. There's a number. I mean, you take a country, let's say Ghana or Ivory Coast. Why would you have a British bank or a French bank there when you have Moroccan banks, local banks, regional banks doing the job on the retail side?
Okay.
Having said that, it's a totally different ball game when it comes to CIB, investment banking. And this is where we are needed. International banks have this global reach that gives us, you know, a competitive edge that is amazing when it comes to these large projects.
Yes.
Global reach means basically that you can bring an investor from China because it's also your client in China.
Yep.
It means that you can build expert teams that have the world as their playground.
Yes.
So if you typically this year we brought experts in Morocco for EV battery ecosystem. We worked on some green hydrogen transaction. In order to be able to build these teams and bring them in a specific transaction in Morocco, you better keep them busy in other transactions all over the world all year long.
So you may have done something similar somewhere else and you can bring the same.
So being an international bank is being global. And this gives you a huge competitive advantage when it comes to CIB. And this is where the international banks are definitely not leaving Africa, because Africa is an amazing land of opportunity for corporate investment banking.
So I know that you've been very optimistic about, big projects coming through, financing, not only opportunities, but actually because, of course, opportunity can be a double-edged sword. It can mean something that's not happening. But you're talking about things that are happening, that you are, as a bank, financing. Can you give us some examples of some of the things? I mean, you have already in Morocco, but maybe spread a bit further afield.
Yeah. Absolutely. Just before coming, I printed the Dealogic list of deals that are happened in the first 6 months of 2025. Yes. And so if you limit to a large amount of 150 million minimum transaction, you have 100 deals that happened just in the first 6 months.
100, yeah.
And 15% of that are multi-billion transactions. So I'm talking about raising debt for the sovereigns, debt capital market. To answer your question about how do you finance a non-bankable road, there are many ways. You try to do
the Eurobond market.
Yeah. You try to monetize first the road if it's profitable, but the part that is not profitable, you actually finance the Minister of Finance directly through debt capital markets. And we have done this across Africa, in Morocco, in Egypt, in Ivory Coast, etc., etc. We also do that with multilaterals. We do that with corporates. We have been quite active in the healthcare, in the education, in the pharmaceutical sector. There's many things to do.
Right. Just in a sense, partly randomly, but because I'm interested in pharmaceuticals, and during COVID there was a lot of talk about producing more pharmaceuticals here on the continent. And I'm not talking about vaccines here. I'm talking about generic drugs. What has been your experience with funding pharmaceutical companies that are trying to build a Pan-African?
Indeed, we are seeing a dynamic sector and a trend. We first saw a trend where Europeans were actually investing in these companies in Africa. Now we are reversing the trend, and you will see more and more of these African pharmaceutical companies actually buying assets in Europe and trying to reconnect.
Is that right? Yeah.
That's absolutely. It's definitely a key sector.
It's a sector to watch.
Absolutely. You also have a huge momentum in the infrastructure sector, ports, airports, highways, as you mentioned, hydrogen. Again, I mentioned it. It's very key, especially for Morocco, but it could also in Egypt. We have financed high-speed trains in Egypt. There's another one in Morocco that is coming up. So clearly, there's a lot to do.
Right.
And we are not leaving.
Okay. You heard it here. They're not leaving. Rosa, first of all, tell us a bit about the organization you work for. And then secondly, you were based in Barcelona, I think, and you saw shifts in Europe. Describe those shifts to us and tell us, are they happening here? Of course. But you saw shifts in Europe, I think, from equity to debt, direct financing. So explain a little bit about that and whether or not you've seen that here. I think you're going to speak in French, is that right? Yes, I think we can hear you. Can you hear? A little bit louder.
Non, ça marche pas maintenant, non? Oui.
Okay, no problem. Ça roule.
Il me semble que c'est important pour comprendre pourquoi. Dans ce cas, moi, je vais parler de fonds alternatifs, quelque chose qui existe.
I will be speaking to alternative funds. It doesn't yet exist in Africa, but what happened? We have to look at history, and in that context, these tools would be well adapted to the African context. In the wake of the Lehman Brothers crisis, this would be a slingshot analysis. There's a reduction in risk of appetite for risk, which led to fewer investors. Equity funds were still there, but were not an option for small and medium and family-owned companies. So debt funds were the perfect instrument, as they had solutions which were adapted, but also provided a channel for institutional investors. We had mentioned family investment funds who couldn't find sufficient returns. Now they were able to find opportunities. So this constraint became an opportunity. So in Europe, in 2016, we launched one of the first private debt funds in Spain with blended financing. The France and the United Kingdom were the first to do so, but it arrived in Spain in 2015, and in the context banking console.
Évidemment, les banques n'arrivent pas à tout. Désolé Abdelmajid, mais c'est une réalité dans beaucoup de pays.
So growth was significant because of this need for financing that had.
Pour un pays où 90% des entreprises sont des entreprises familiales, et on retrouve ça aussi en Afrique. Même s'il y a beaucoup d'entreprises familiales informelles, il y a un pourcentage très important de...
There is a significant proportion of the companies in Africa which are family held, which, and to my mind, our solutions would be particularly suited to the here and now. Initially, banks we were seen as competition to banks, but the banks have now understood that we are can fill the existing gaps. And you have banks in Spain that today have invested in investment funds, have entered the capital so that they get some exposure to this market, to this section of the market. So these debt funds and maybe we have debt funds that deal with on contracts worth 1 million, whereas before 20 million was more the standard.
That is the panel that needs headset because we're all Mediterraneans and we speak with our hands. Yeah, I mean, definitely again, the same example. Philharmonic orchestra, everyone needs to play its part.
Yes.
Absolutely. The fonds de dette, which are the debt funds, are totally legitimate and completed by banks and not in competition at all. It's more of a matter of how to play all this together.
Yeah.
And the answer to that is CFC. I mean, I'm jumping a little bit, but my point is that for many years, we thought that the best place to put all these actors together was London or Paris or elsewhere.
You're spelling the death of London here at a Financial Times summit. But Casablanca,
But there was this thinking that Africa was the only continent in the world that needed to be coordinated from another continent.
Sure.
And CFC is a great answer to that because it brought here on the ground all these players and all these actors.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Because time's running out. So I'm getting questions about SMEs, which is a slightly different topic, but would you like to address that? I mean, SMEs are, they provide the bulk of employment. There's a whole other topic about whether too much or whatever, but they struggle, to put it mildly, to get hold of financing, yeah? Is there any way around that? Yeah.
For me?
Federico, to start. Sorry.
Well, this is an excellent point to discuss one of the sources of additional financing that I had in mind. You know,
yes.
To me, one is developing local currency capital markets.
Yes.
2 is to tap into sustainability and green bonds. And 3 is to make blended finance work.
Yes.
And the first one is probably one of the answers to the SME question. You have companies that are actually using bank credit as a source of financing,
sure,
while they could look into other sources of financing.
Like what, the
and
bond
you have
market?
SMEs then are squeezed out from these channels. And so one solution there is to first strengthen and capitalize development finance institutions in Africa that have a very small portfolio. The asset under management rarely go above 2 to 3% of the GDP of the country they operate in.
Right.
And this could be done in partnership, for example, with the African Development Bank or with the West African Development Bank and others. And this institution can facilitate access of access of medium-sized enterprises to other sources of capital, freeing up banking resources for SMEs. The second thing that could be done is to change the way blended finance work. I mean, as we heard, for the infrastructure example, institutional investors, pension funds, they're not keen in taking up certain risks, and they also have little experience in investing in the infrastructure as an asset class. So they need advice on that, and they need deals that are sizable enough. And the problem is that very often these deals are very small. So you need here intermediaries that can package the deals. And today we learn about the World Bank new operation with the IFC, where they use collateralized obligations to package deals. And there is a very nice article on the Financial Times about that, by the way.
Thank you for the plug. We've got time for maybe one question from the audience. Hands shot up there.
Sorry, I would like to make a point.
Sure, absolutely. The risk perception, 54 countries at least,
I hear the speaker. We need to provide better information to African actors. We have to change the narrative.
For example, whether that will do the trick or not, I don't know. I mean, this is a whole other topic about the risk perception, and people talk about an African premium, and I think we could probably have quite an interesting and maybe even heated debate about that topic. But let's just try and get in this one last question. So the lady there who I pointed to originally, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Ashaima, a financial data analyst working for Deloitte, France and Francophone Africa. So my question is addressed to Mr. Federico. You were elaborating on the framework of education in Africa. So with most jobs expected to require digital skills by the next 20 years, many African students still lack access to reliable internet and tools. So the question is, how can government, education tech startups and enterprises and telco providers work together to close this gap? Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure I captured because the audio was a bit bad, but if I understand correctly, this is about how can government improve the skills of youth and help them get into businesses, if I understand correctly, including through entrepreneurial education. This is a problem of demand and supply. The supply of skills on the continent is improving, there is no doubt, but the demand for skilled jobs is not improving as fast as demography and as fast as the educational attainments. So one cannot ask to the educational system and to TVET to be the only answer to this. We need investment to transform African economies so that better quality jobs can be generated. The vast majority of jobs that have been created in Africa over the last 2 decades have been in retail, agriculture, and trade that are low productivity, often informal, and very vulnerable jobs. So this is a question where both the education system and investors need to come together to improve the quality of jobs that are being generating. And of course, risk perception are a major problem here, and this is where we are working at the OECD with the African Union to become a bit more granular and provide information on investment ecosystems across Africa so that risk assessment can be better tailored.
Right. So I do think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. The clock seems to be in our favor. So question there. But keep them short and snappy if you could.
Of course. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a great time. So,
I like the energy.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I'm having a great time. Grateful to your excellent manner of...
Thank you. You can come again.
Thank you. So I want to make the link between this panel and the very first panel. I hope Marcelo and Mark, as well as Charlie, are in the room, because maybe they can give, they can give a thought on my question. Please, and my question is for all of the members in the panel, but specifically to Federico. So I would like to know your take on what insights could mechanism design, and why I talk about mechanism design, because Charlie, we didn't forget about your auction and about your book, Cyclical Games. So there's a research area, which is game theory, and the engineering...
game theory, did you say? Yeah, you're going to have to get to the question pretty soon.
Yeah. Please. So what can mechanism design could give us as insights on how to, on developing growth in Africa, and especially through investments, and especially the question for Federico, what institutions like yours can play as a role in this, because they are the mechanism designers. Thank you very much. So what's rules, so what's payoffs, etc. Thank you very much.
You're in charge of the matrix, apparently.
Yes, exactly.
So tell us the rules. And
well, I think that my co-panelists can also answer this, but I think that there are 2 elements I would like to stress. One is the regulation, the financial regulation that was mentioned here. Basel III, Solvency II, all these frameworks were designed for a reason, but it is undeniable that they create potential barriers to lending to developing countries. So there is a question here, should those frameworks be revised? It is not the OECD designing those, that is the BIS and the FSB in Switzerland, but clearly we need to have a conversation about how to better balance the need of reducing risk-taking behaviors with the need of channeling more private finance into developing countries where returns are potentially high.
Right, and that's not mutually exclusive, you're saying?
It is not at all mutually exclusive, but you need to work on the design also of what are the priorities and the strategies that governments put in place to channel, or at least to nudge finance. And so there is a growing appetite for ESG type of investment. Many developing countries are not necessarily tapping into that. Right. If you look at sustainability bonds, Latin America raised 33 billion in 4 years. Africa raised, I think, 4. So there is a question here of why Latin American countries were able to tap into this growing market.
Just briefly, is there still a market for ESG? I mean, I thought Trump had poured cold water over all of this.
I think companies have obligations that they need to report on this, and so and when things may change, but so far they still need to report, as we heard from Majun earlier. So.
Okay. Just a quick comment or maybe question here from Marcelo, and then I think we're going to draw this to a close.
Sorry for being repetitive. Your question is excellent, but it's just one mechanism design that I know for a country to grow, is for people to be empowered to be creative and be empowered to be able to go ahead in life. And the only way you do this is by having strong institutions. And it's not the OECD or the World Bank or the IMF or the IF is going to tell Africa how to do this. It's the Africans themselves. So the only mechanism design that I know of is a democratic way to reflect the energy that you brought to the room and bring that to institutions and make sure that you are represented, that you're creative, and your right of being so is protected by the state.
Right.
That's the only mechanism design that I know.
Okay. Well, Dan Asamoglu and James Robinson, of course, won a Nobel Prize for suggesting exactly that in How Nations Fail. But you need good institutions. Then the question, of course, is how do you get good institutions? The topic for another day. I would like to draw the conversation to a close. I know that you probably all want lunch. I'm going to empower you, if that's the word of today, to have lunch in a second. But please, first of all, please thank an excellent and lively panel, and thanks to Abby as well, who joined us from virtual land. Thanks so much. Thank you.
For over 130 years, the Financial Times has been recognized internationally for its authority, integrity, and accuracy. FT Live builds on this legacy by bringing you global events on business-critical issues. From the rapid rise of artificial intelligence to economic shocks and geopolitical risk, our events examine the disruptive forces facing decision makers in today's complex world.
You never know when the opportunity may come. Just be ready.
Football is for everybody.
The only way you're going to break through that noise is innovation, and the only way you innovate is by tapping into different talent pools.
The only way you kill an idea is with a better idea.
Hard questions.
Why? Why did you agree to this?
Intelligent answers.
In a crisis, you really have to focus on what you can control.
Crucial connections. Engage with leaders, acquire essential insights, gain an edge with FT Live.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets. An incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties. As an African investor, that we are based out of Africa, and being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients, and today the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best, growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds, online and in person. Make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability, and also in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best, growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets. An incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best: growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds, online and in person. Make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, And it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best, growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets. An incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East. And adding to that, a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best, growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best, growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets. An incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, you know, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, you know, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, you know, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best, growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there. to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets. An incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best: growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds, online and in person. Make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy, with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has a huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, And it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients, and today the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best: growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East. and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also in terms of talents, it has huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes, a comprehensive support, notably to actually expand into the African continent. We also have significant doing business incentives, and last but not least, access to a strong community of global and continental players. In short, CFC is a safe and reliable platform that combines national strengths with dedicated support that actually help businesses succeed in Africa and beyond.
Welcome to Casablanca Finance City, a leading business and financial center based in Morocco, uniquely positioned to bridge business opportunities between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Nestled in Casablanca, a vibrant and cosmopolitan metropolis, Casablanca Finance City is at the epicenter of Morocco's economic prowess. Casablanca Finance City is committed to facilitating investments and operations, offering a safe landing environment, a compelling regulatory framework, effortless business connections, and a sense of community with an immersive experience of Morocco's unique way of life. Join Casablanca Finance City and focus on what you do best, growing your business.
When you know something important is happening, you want to be in there, to be part of it. At FT Live events, new ideas and valuable insights are shared by the world's leading minds. Online and in person, make sure you're there with them to shape the agenda and get the bigger picture. With the right people in the right place at the right time.
Casablanca Finance City, or simply put CFC, is a business and financial hub based in Morocco and designed for international players who want to do business in Africa and who are looking for an optimal setup from which to operate. Now, what makes it unique is that it builds on Morocco's strategic assets, an incredible proximity to Europe. We're only 14 kilometers away from the coast of Spain. Also, Morocco boasts an incredible connectivity across the continent, but not just the continent, because we have direct flights to major capitals around the globe, Europe, the US, the Middle East, and adding to that a very stable macroeconomic and political environment, which creates this predictability and long-term visibility that is really important to investors.
So when the firm decided to open its first office in Africa, Morocco came very naturally as a first choice for various reasons. The first one is that Morocco has huge opportunity in terms of businesses in strategic sectors for Clifford Chance, like energy, infrastructure, port sector. Morocco has implemented successful programs, for instance, renewable energy with a long-term vision. It has a political stability. And also, in terms of talents, it has huge resources of good quality talents, and we have a long-term perspective on all these elements. And all this was very critical for us to open our first office in Africa.
Deciding to have a strong base here in Casablanca was probably the right thing to do. And I would say beyond that, the talent pool that we have in Casablanca and beyond Casablanca and in the kingdom, from tech to financial services to many of the different domains that we're covering, is brilliant. And that's, you know, a key success factor and a key decision element for us when we decided to use Casablanca as a base for activities in the broader region.
As the name of our organization suggests, we're all about Africa. So for us, Casablanca was a pretty convenient location. It's a hub to West Africa, particularly, and Sub-Saharan Africa. It's also quite conveniently, located from not too far from London, 3.5-hour flight.
It was the first time the firm decided to invest in Africa. We see in Casablanca Finance City a way to accelerate our integration, and it was very important for us to be close to a governmental authority to get some assistance and support.
It also gives us a lot more credibility with our counterparties, as an African investor, that we are based out of Africa. And being based in CFC gives us that presence and that proximity to the people that we work with.
Because CFC plays the role of a hub attracting the most prestigious international businesses to establish their platform for investing in Africa, it has given us access to very strategic businesses, new clients. And today, the financial center of Casablanca is top ranked in Africa, and we are proud to be a part of this adventure.
PwC and Casablanca Finance City has already a long-lasting relationship. It's been more than 10 years that we are part of this fantastic initiative. Over the last 10 years, so many things were achieved actually as part of CFC. I think we were part of a group of pioneer companies who had the same thought and belief that there was something to develop together that could be, something even more greater than what we could have achieved by ourselves.
CFC also brings to the table its own set of value proposition, and here we're talking about streamlined processes.
Going to give 1 minute for a few stragglers to get back. I hope you all had a good lunch and you've managed to meet some new friends, some new contacts, which is, of course, part of the point of conferences like this. As you're settling down, let me just introduce our next keynote speaker. Professor Ian Golden is the Professor of Globalization and Development at Oxford University. So he spent a lot of time thinking about some of the topics that we've been discussing today. We had a keynote this morning that was very, let's say, optimistic or sought to turn today's turmoil into reasons to be cheerful or reasons to hope for a decent outcome. We'll see if Professor Golden strikes the same tone. His title of his presentation is Africa and the New Global Disorder, Resilience in the Age of Systemic Shocks. So there's a lot to talk about there. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good luck.
It becomes even more important to invest at greater rates in our infrastructure, in our education, in our health, and also in our business processes and regulatory processes. All of them need replacing more quickly than they did in the past. The disorder is manifest in many, many different dimensions. Systemic risk, which is the transfer of risks across sectoral bases, out of finance into other sectors, or out of health into finance, for example, as happened in the pandemic. as well as across countries. A small subprime crisis that starts in the US in 2008 becomes a global crisis by an overnight transfer of resources. And suddenly we find that over 100 million people around the world lose their jobs. But not only do they lose their jobs, they lose their confidence in the system to manage systemic risk. They lose trust in the elites, the institutions, and particularly the ones. I used to be a head of policy in the World Bank Group in the lead-up to the financial crisis. I was vice president. I was one of those in Washington responsible for global stability, and we didn't see it coming. So no wonder that people say they don't trust us. They don't trust bankers. They don't trust governments to safeguard their futures. And we would not have, had Trump 1.0 in the White House or Brexit in Britain had it not been for that collapse in trust, the inability to present to people that we can manage globalization. Of course, COVID-19 was the second big manifestation of this, that interconnectivity, our openness to others, brings vulnerabilities. The idea that we can protect ourselves from that is, of course, profoundly naive. There's no wall high enough that will keep out pandemics, as the Chinese found after trying to do it. There's no wall high enough that will keep out the ravages of climate change. But what high walls do is keep out the ideas we need, the investments we need, the people we need, the vaccines we need, and most of all, the will to cooperate that we need to manage these shared problems. So nationalism and protectionism feed populism, a vicious circle, and it leads to more systemic risk because we are less able to manage them. There's a greater risk today of another pandemic than there was in 2019. The World Health Organization, the great institutions like the Center for Disease Control in the US, are weaker today than they were in 2019. I wrote a book during the pandemic called Rescue, where I try to understand whether we're in the First or Second World War. Are we in a repeat game of crises, or would that be the pandemic to end all pandemics as it could have been? And I'm afraid, with the wisdom of hindsight, I now believe that we're in the First World War. We are condemned to repeat crises because we have not learned sufficiently fast from the past. So expect risk, expect more pandemics, expect more severe climate events. Expect oceans to rise by a couple of meters. Expect all of these things, conflicts and cyber. AI brings many, many promises, but it also brings many perils. And Africa is particularly vulnerable because it does not have the capacity that more advanced economies have to protect itself from the threats of AI. It also doesn't have the capacity to build indigenous capacity to make sure AI works for African people. Less than 1% of the programmers in the world working on the latest models are resident in Africa. There are many Africans, but they are in Silicon Valley or elsewhere. And so we should expect our systems, our banking systems, our corporate systems, our government systems to be increasingly vulnerable to theft in the cybersphere, to fake identities, and to other disorders that cyber brings. But the greatest challenge, I believe, is not simply that, but also the question of the future of jobs. We're moving to a world where anything that's repetitive and rules-based that can be done by machines will be done so. Where the price of capital, because machines are capital, not the price of labor, increasingly will determine location. And of course, add to that the populist and other policies which encourage jobs, or at least machines, to come home. So the bottom rungs of the development ladder, in which all countries in the world have always developed, are being removed by AI, robotics, and associated technologies. There will be no call centers in 10 years' time. There will be no mass production of goods as there were. Even garment manufacturing and textile manufacturing will be automated. I visited in Bangladesh an automated garment factory where they were replacing 10,000 workers with a room full like this of sobots. And trying to understand the economics of this, even in a place that has strong comparative advantages, or used to have, made me realize that the jobs that industrialized Asia, which were the basis of the East Asian miracle, of China's growth, and of European growth and US growth before that, the jobs that came out of the Industrial Revolution will not be there in the future for Africa. So Africa has to think in new ways. That disorder adds to others. There are so many dimensions to this disorder that we have to think in new ways. But there are wonderful opportunities too, and it's those that we need to look to. We need to see through this disorder because we have at stake the future of Africa, we have at stake the future of young people. Demography matters. Africa will have 75 million job seekers coming onto the market over the next 25 years. This is totally different to Asia, particularly China, which has 4 million less workers a year because it is way below replacement level in its fertility. And so what Africa needs is jobs. What Africa needs is the ability to generate pretty repetitive, low-skill jobs at scale. This disorder creates new opportunities. It forces Africa to think again. In a world where multilateralism is under threat, if it's not already dead, where the World Trade Organization and other parts of the UN system are increasingly being hobbled and unfit for purpose, Africa needs to be able to play it differently. Absolutely central to this resilience is the finally getting together the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. This has been much talked about. When I was in the government of Nelson Mandela and ran the Development Bank of Southern Africa, we had something called NEPAD, the New Economic Program for African Development. That, like so many programs for African development, is gathering dust in its ideas. The spaghetti bowl of trade agreements needs to be brought to fruition. And it's terrible to see, not far from here, in ECOWAS, how what was an effective trade area is being dissembled. We need to reinforce our commitment in Africa to this, because each economy is too small to sustain growth independently, particularly for trade with other African countries. And the economics of the knowledge economy are totally different to the economics of industrialization. It's fine to create a factory in a small country and export the materials, but in a world where that will no longer be viable, where concentration dynamics determine where things are located in dynamic cities, like Casablanca, we need to be able to trade across borders. We need to be able to benefit from the scale of Africa's economy in ways that haven't been done before. And the creation of barriers, tariff barriers and other barriers to trade, particularly with the US and North America, should reinforce that. Another great center of resilience is, of course, Asia. Globalization is alive and well. It's living in Asia. It's transforming rapidly, but when you look at all the flows between Asian countries, and I'm including India now, and the Gulf, you see foreign direct investment, goods trade, services trade, people movement, patent development. All of these signs of interchange are thriving, growing at least 5% a year in that region. So we need to look from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean, and of course, for countries that are on the Atlantic seaboard, how one gets across and how one gets there, and the knowledge economy and the old question of flights becomes ever more important. Asia already accounts for over half the world economy. It will account for 2/3 by 2050, growing at an average of 5% with 2/3 of the world's population. It doesn't take a genius to compound the numbers and see where markets will be, but also where investment flows will come from, where opportunities lie. And it's not just the markets. It's that The death of the old world order is leading to the birth of a pluralistic world economy politically. This is opportunity. When I ran the Development Bank of Southern Africa, I was glad at the time to be able to go to the Islamic Development Bank, go to the Asian Development Bank, go to the European Investment Bank, and say no to the World Bank because their terms were not attractive. That space has opened up at a much greater scale now. Now we have two banks based in China, the New Investment Bank and the Asia Infrastructure Bank, and we have much more bilateral and other support coming from a new set of countries. We need to harvest this opportunity. This is a form of resilience. The diversification that comes out of the death of a unilateral world dominated by the US. That diversification creates economic opportunity, it creates political opportunity. We also need to see opportunity in the huge growth of AI to disintermediate some old industries. We've seen it dramatically, particularly in East Africa and Kenya with fintech. We've seen it dramatically with the energy transformation, the ability to have distributed grids with renewables, beginning to, in South Africa, finally overcome the energy shortage, but also extremely exciting elsewhere. We're seeing it in some small signs in other areas too. Beginnings of the possibilities, what AI can do with health in terms of distributed health networks. The SAMA package, which I visited in Nairobi, in Kibera, shows you that you can do maternal health more effectively, and I was amazed. They do maternal health more effectively there than we do it in Oxford, in one of the great hospitals of the world. That's through distributed AI-based and linked to mobile network systems. So there's great possibility, but we shouldn't be Panglossian. We shouldn't believe that AI will somehow allow leapfrogging of our economies, irrespective of what the children learn, irrespective of what the market is. Institutions, governance, regulations are even more important. It's perilous to generalize about Africa. Over 50 countries with huge differences in all respects. We would never do that in any other continent. We don't generalize of everything from Vladivostok to Aberdeen. We don't generalize about everything from Alaska to Chile. But we do, or even Asia, across Asia from the Gulf to China. But we do in Africa. Countries that are able to differentiate themselves, that are able to show that they are able to master the governance, that they are not going to fall into the traps which I believe are being laid by the US by the removal of the Corrupt Practices Act, that will not become more corrupt, that they have at their own heart a basis of integrity in business practice, in government, that public service is valued for its return to the people as a whole, not for personal enrichment. It's that ethic which needs to be sought, and it is an ethic which prevails in many African countries, but it needs to be differentiated in investment too. We will see in this period of disorder as well a resilience based on the old benefits that Africa has offered. Raw materials and their beneficiation remains even more important, and there we need to negotiate more aggressively with the European Union, with China, with other countries, of how we climb the value chain. This is absolutely central to ensuring that we're able to develop the broad base of our economies. Equally, I believe the opportunities lie in tourism, hospitality, which will increasingly be the non-tradable services. Rich countries are maxing out on their demand for material goods. When you hit about $25,000 per capita, you don't buy more things, you buy more services, typically non-tradable services, massages, meals, elderly care, hospitality, leisure. That's what you spend your marginal money on, and intellectual property. In all of these, they cannot be done remotely. One cannot have a remote massage or pension package that gives you care in your home. And Africa, I believe, and particularly Morocco, has a very strong comparative advantage in this in North African countries, have a huge opportunity in providing these non-tradable services, which will force people to come here and spend their money here, because they do it more effectively with greater pleasure at lower cost than they would in their home countries. And so creating and respecting services for what they are, which is the future of the world economy, is, I think, absolutely essential as part of this resilience. Understanding that there are new opportunities that come from that. New opportunities that come from this great growth in the youth. Birth rates coming down rapidly in Africa, but still a long lag, meaning that there's still at least 3 million people a year coming onto the labor market. We need to worry about them. We need to create the jobs to ensure that we have a sustainable future. There's no point pretending that the future will be bright. It will be difficult. But that is what differentiates real leadership from those that can muddle through. Leadership which understands the viability of different options, the needs of their people, that's anchored in sustainable practices, and which takes inspiration from great countries like Morocco. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I may bring in the audience in a minute. Just thanks very much, Ian. I mean, if Charlie struck a kind of glass half full note this morning, would I be wrong in suggesting that you've struck a glass half empty note now? Is that a misinterpretation of what you've just said?
Well, I think Charlie struck a glass 3/4 full, if not full, this morning. So I'd say I'm half full, but that's different to, to what he said.
I mean, if the Financial Times looks at what's going on in the world today, I think probably, I mean, there is no consensus view at the Financial Times, thank God, because it is a very kind of lively intellectual debate. But if there were a consensus view, it might be that, you've had this system, this rules-based post-world order that came out of the Second World War, that's been led by America. I think anyone would admit that, America's never been a perfect leader of that. But what, again, this consensus view would say is, what's coming could be worse, led by an authoritarian China, etc. However, let me flip this, because what you could be seeing now is the disintegration of a system that was always going to be temporary and always should be temporary, because you've got the rise of countries led by China, but all sorts of countries in Asia, India now, Vietnam, Indonesia, etc., Latin America, some countries showing flickers in Africa. This rise of the rest is bound to be disruptive. So what I'm suggesting is maybe this moment of crisis where we're looking very gloomily at this, could it not also be a sign that actually the world's reforming in a way that we might, in the long term, prefer?
I think the prospects in the medium term are good. I think we'll enter a period in 10, 20 years' time where we'll have a pluralistic global governance. We have to. There's such a mutuality of interest on climate, on stopping pandemics, on trade and others, that I think even the US will come to its senses and realize that it needs to work with others. The great danger of this period is the Cold War danger, the danger of bullying. The multilateral system at its heart for small countries like the African countries protected them because it was rules-based. The rules were often skewed against them. There were lots of problems with the rules, and they weren't often in the kitchen when the rules were cooked. But there was transparent, it was predictable, and it was a rules-based system, the World Trade Organization and the other Bretton Woods institution. We're now entering a no rules. And that is, for small countries, the risk of bullying, the risk of bribes, the risk of being paid off to do deals is much, much greater, I believe, and dangerous. So I think, yes, in the medium term, this will give birth to a more balanced system. Hopefully, I hope the World Trade Organization comes out even stronger, and the Bretton Woods institutions and the UN. But I think the pathway there is going to be one of a bit of a law of the jungle.
Right.
And that's where I think Africans need to work together and with allies. You know, I think Europe is a key ally for Africa in this. Europe believes in the rules-based system, and working with Europe is going to become even more important.
Right. The other thing that leapt out for me of your talk was this idea that, you know, the industrialization path to development is gone. You know, somebody that, I mean, I did a lot of work in Asia. This was the model. You know, you got on the ladder, whether it was making wigs or, you know, textiles, and you climbed up to electronics, etc. And in doing that, you employed, educated your population, they saved, etc. You're saying, to borrow a phrase from an economist, Ha-Joon Chang, that that ladder has been kicked away. My question for you is, you talk about jobs in Africa. What jobs do you envisage, these millions and millions of people who are coming onto the labor market, what jobs do you envisage them doing?
Yeah, I mean, this is the toughest question you ask, David, and that's, you know, why I've got 27 docs and postdocs with smarter brains than mine working on it in Oxford. I think I am convinced that the bottom rungs are being kicked away, that the old model, which was repetitive rules-based jobs, is being disintermediated by the new technologies. And also, and there's something else that's happening, which is people need, as they get richer, less of these things.
Yes.
We don't buy more and more shoes and more shirts and things. Most of us don't, anyway. We buy intellectual property. We want a label, a tag on it, but it's the same manufacturing and with more skill. So that was also acting against it before. And then there's the geopolitics, reshoring, homeshoring, and all of that. I think the jobs are going to have to come increasingly from domestic services. So I think we have to accept that we're moving to service-based economies, that those are going to be driven by domestic demand largely. We can create some industries, but they will have to be based on free movement within Africa, less exported outside Africa. And you know, there's still a huge unsaturated demand for these services, including tourism services, for example, from Asia, not least. But the idea, which I think we heard at the beginning from Charlie, that somehow industrialization is the path to development, that's a dangerous idea. You can throw a lot of good money and not create jobs. And that's one of the, you know, in brackets, that's why I think the term industrial strategy is a bit of a misnomer. Because it's not industry, it's knowledge economy.
I mean, look, I'm keen to open it up, and I'm not an economist, but the idea of an economy where everybody sells each other insurance and gives each other massages, I find it quite hard to get my head around that as a viable proposition, but, you know.
At scale. That comes back to the thing about no economy is big enough for that.
Right.
You need to be able to scale this across Africa to be able to do that. There's enough rich people and middle-class people developing demand, and each skilled person employs about 5 unskilled people in their various different guises. And so as long as you have enough people moving at the top, you can create that employment pyramid.
Okay. Question. The lady here. We're in danger of getting quite philosophical, so try to keep it. Hi. Hopefully you'll get a better mic in a second.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. It gave invaluable insights. So my question is in regards to jobs, in fact. In the advent of AI, do you think that Africa or the African continent would be resilient, human capital-wise, in the advent of AI? And do you think that radical labor disruption would be delayed at least in the medium and short term in the continent? So that is a question that
similar
came
to the
into
question
mind.
you asked, no?
It's a little bit similar, but
do you think that it's going to be delayed at least? So, since African countries are in the developing phase, so would that touch them?
I see.
I think
I see.
This is an important point, I think, that you make. The complete replacement of repetitive jobs will only happen over the next 10, 15 years. There are still call centers. There are still manufacturing production lines. China's real wages will double over the next 10 years. China's uncompetitive in global manufacturing. at the lower end. So there's opportunity still, which may delay this question. And there's a related question, which is how quickly do fertility rates come down? But even if fertility rates come down quicker than we expect, there's an 18-year delay from that to have an impact on the labor markets, because people get older and come into the labor market. So the big question really is the question to 2050. Once we're on the other side of 2050, then the labor force starts contracting. And then AI replacing jobs might be very welcome for particularly the young people in the room, who might even turn to robots to look after them in their old age.
This is the perfect answer. Come back and ask me in 2050, you see. It's totally unverifiable. Let's have one more question. Yeah, there.
Hello, thank you
Hi.
again for your talk. It was very insightful. So my question is, I'm curious to know your opinion, considering your expertise in globalization. In recent years, we can say we're witnessing a sort of reconstructuring of global power dynamics.
Yep.
And even more so after Trump's, imposition of the new tariffs. China, Korea, and Japan, for example, are considering doing more trade with each other, regardless of their history together. BRICS, on the other hand, are making efforts to position themselves as a counterweight to Western institutions. My question is, where does Africa fit in this new world order? How can it benefit from it, while also being mindful of the geopolitical tensions that are happening in the Middle East?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah. I mean, Africa is very different to all other regions in many respects, but two principal ones, I believe, are because its average levels of economic growth are much lower, and because its demography is still at a higher level than all other regions. All other regions are coming down below replacement level. Even India now is below replacement level in terms of its fertility. And by the way, it's not because fertility comes down that you grow. It's the other way around. You grow and fertility comes down. So Africa has this biggest challenge. It has many more people coming onto the labor market at a time when the jobs that created growth elsewhere are very, very different because of AI, robotics, and associated technologies. So it's uniquely placed, but it's very collectively very, very powerful. And of course, that's before one talks about climate and other things that will affect Africa in, I think, particularly difficult ways. My answer is that Africa needs to integrate much more. The movement, and this goes back to your question on jobs, the jobs won't necessarily be in your own country. They'll be in other countries nearby, particularly coastal economies. Morocco, I think, has great prospects, but so do some of the other coastal economies. It's going to be very, very difficult to imagine the scale of jobs needed for the Sahel countries, for example, the Central Sahel countries. And the movement between the different countries is going to be increasingly important. Obviously, the big elephant in the room is also migration to other regions. I think that will remain a tiny, tiny fraction of the answer. Much less than 1% of Africans in general will migrate, but professionals migrate. And the big key question, over half the professionals in Africa are outside Africa, is how to bring them back. And that's going to require, I think, these places, these knowledge dynamic centers, Casablanca's one, which are able to create the conditions which particularly young professionals, but other professionals want. You create the environment, as Dubai has demonstrated. You can be in the desert with absolutely nothing. People will come. And that's what we need to do more of in Africa. So we'll have poles of growth, I believe.
Thank you, Ian. Sadly, time is up, or I would give you my view on that, but I'll reserve that one.
Thank you.
Let's thank Ian. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And let me invite Ben Parkin back up to the stage, and he's going to lead a panel on technology. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Ben Parkin. I'm the Middle East and Africa news editor at the Financial Times. And we are going to turn to the subject of tech to finish today's program, first with a panel and then a keynote interview afterwards. So for our panel, please welcome Marem Dieng, who is a partner at 500 Global and is joining us virtually. Dotun Adekunle, who is the COO and CTO of OPay Nigeria, welcome, in person with us, and also in person, Emmanuel Lubanzadio, who is the Africa lead at OpenAI. And virtually, we'll also have Folarin Oreoluwa, who is the head of the startup ecosystem for Africa at Google. So, is Marem there?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So I wanted to start with you. Just tell us a bit about what you do in the countries you invest in. And then from that, I want to know, as a venture capitalist, what is the investment climate and appetite, particularly from outside Africa, to invest in African companies and African sectors? This morning from Charlie Robertson, we heard a very kind of bullish case for the growing attractiveness of EM and frontier markets. But the fact is that if you look at venture capital flows into the continent, they're far lower than they were in 2022, for example, which is a global trend, or reflects a global trend. But yeah, is that moving in the right direction? Go ahead, thanks.
Yes, thank you so much for that question, Ben. And I want to start by apologizing for not being there in person. Morocco has good countries, so I wish that I could have joined this conversation in person. Unfortunately, I had to, for no reason, well, I could not be there. But very happy to be here. And talking a little bit about, the VC perspective, we are a firm originally started in the United States in Silicon Valley, but with a rapid growth in emerging markets. And we have a very interesting model where we have a centralized local that are basically accompanied by a global platform. And one of the things that we've been learning across, especially the last 2 years, has been that indeed investments across the continent has decreased. And that has been primarily caused by, as you mentioned, global trends of basically lack of liquidity in VC as an asset class across several markets, including the continent, which has also made investments a lot slower. Now, what I will say is that we are seeing very strong sectors still on the continent. Obviously, fintech is a major one, but we are now seeing more investments going into AI and machine learning. And I don't have to go into why that's interesting for many VCs, but I will say that one of the things that we are trying to navigate VC as well is really also thinking through how can we maximize on performance in these markets. And that remains one of the big drivers of venture capital as an asset, is ensuring that there are basically liquidity markets that really make this asset class viable. And I think that that's one of the biggest challenges today on the continent, but also in other emerging markets, I have to say. And then the other thing I would say is that we are also seeing a very strong growth of diaspora talent, which is coming back to building in these markets, which is really also creating a new momentum, especially for local investors who may not have the same strategy as we have and who don't have local teams in place. I think they're also relying strongly on this diaspora network of founders who are coming back and building. So I think we remain highly optimistic in terms of what we see as being the possibilities in the future, but at the same time, I think we're also very realistic about the existing challenges today, both about asset class, which is again being able to find that liquidity, and also understanding that as a sector at the moment, the VC sector is also going through a transformation, which is requiring us to think about a lot more than just direct investments, but really think about our role in building and growing these tech and startup ecosystems. Really goes beyond just investments. We're working very closely with other stakeholders around policy and really thinking about how we're building the building blocks so that we can actually reach that liquidity at some point. Thank you.
So Dotun, you're here as a leading member of the ecosystem. Tell us about OPay and what you do what has driven your growth today into one of the biggest fintech companies in Nigeria and on the continent?
All right, thanks a lot, Benjamin. I lead operations and technology for OPay Nigeria. OPay is a financial services player in Nigeria. We pride ourselves as a company that focuses on making financial services more inclusive using technology. Today, OPay has over 50 million users in Nigeria, although we are present outside Nigeria as well in Indonesia and Pakistan. But in Nigeria, where I operate, we have 50 million users and about 30 million, about 60% are weekly active users. And OPay has basically transformed the way everybody pays in Nigeria, the way that people receive and make payments for local day-to-day services. Additionally, layered on top of that, we've gone into credit and are able to offer lots of SMEs access to credit, which was literally unavailable before the advent of OPay. But that's typically what we do. What are the factors that have been responsible for our growth? I think that basically innovation. We were willing to challenge the established order of things. We were willing to go into the local market and look at ways of doing things and taking on models that were typically not the norms in society. So take for instance, when it comes to what we call point of sale terminals in Nigeria. If you go to Nigeria today, all across the streets and the urban centers, you find people under umbrellas having point of sale terminals, and instead of going to banks, people do not go to banks, physical traditional banks anymore. They just go to the point of sale. So there are banks under umbrellas, there are banks in kiosks, there are banks in local governments, there are banks in communities all across the center, and all that is enabled using technology with a Wi-Fi connection, with internet service, with a point of sale terminal, and then you can access and give financial services to as many people as possible.
What are the kind of the additional challenges, or indeed the opportunities that the countries you work in present? For example, I mean, we were talking earlier, about scaling. If you're thinking about, say, a country like India, it's a market of 1.4 billion people where you can broadly expect the same regulation as you grow. If you're scaling from out of Nigeria, it's already a very big country population-wise, but then you're going to face different regulations, different governments along the way. How do you juggle that?
It's quite challenging across Africa. I think one of the speakers earlier mentioned or alluded to that fact that though Africa is one continent, we hope the AfTA agreement really works. But as you go from country to country, you find that the regulations are different, the attitude is different, the technology environment is different. At OPay, for instance, we initially wanted to scale across Africa very quickly. And so we went to East Africa, we went to Southern Africa, we came into some parts of Northern Africa. And after 1 year of trying to operate in those countries, because we thought it was going to be as quick as what we had in Nigeria, and then we saw that it wasn't working exactly that way. And we had to pull back and scale that down and maintain. Today in Africa, we're only present in Nigeria and Egypt. We had to scale down so that we can learn the ropes better. But I think that some of the things that will aid the ability to scale across Africa for technology companies or whoever wants to play is the ability to have things like license passporting. For instance, if I've gone through the regulatory environment in Nigeria, I got a license. If I'm coming to Morocco, for instance, I should not have to go through all the 9 yards of the regulatory loopholes that I have to cross, and I don't have to go through all those hurdles again. If we have things like license passporting, I should be able to just start from a certain benchmark and move forward. You also have the challenge of language as you move from country to country. Of course, you have Francophone Africa, you have English Africa, you know about some of the few other languages across the continent. So even in Nigeria alone, you have that, though it's one country, you have a huge difference between the North and the South, for instance, the thinking, the culture. So you have to have hyper-localized products, hyper-localized innovation, features, and that becomes very difficult to scale. So you just have to look at what are the common factors that serve, what are the common needs that serve across the continent, and then common regulation, and be able to move ahead at scale.
So, sorry, I'll come to the others in a minute, but just picking up on that, given those challenges, and you know, it's sort of sad to hear in a way about the way you scaled and then had to pull back, but thanks for sharing that with us. Given those challenges, when you go to a venture capitalist, for example, and say, you know, invest in us, what is the, you know, they're presumably going to ask about that. What is the pitch you make, the opportunity?
I think that specifically for this may not be nice to everybody, but specifically for OPE, what we've done is to pick countries where we have large populations, right? So when you scale in those countries and you scale deeply and you go from the top to the bottom of the pyramid across those countries, then you begin to naturally scale into the surrounding countries, and then it's easier for you to move. But if you want to just go gung-ho from the start, then failure is going to be staring you in the face. But when you have gone deep in certain countries, I think that what we've seen across Africa is that there are countries that lead. So Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, there are countries that lead. Once you find something working in that country, moving out across the other countries leads to more openness. The regulatory environment starts changing. There are people that we've had events where we had people from other countries come to Nigeria to say, we want to understand what's going on in your country. We want to understand what's the reason for the fintech blow up in Nigeria. And it's basically because the regulatory environment was conducive. So people are picking that same innovation and going back to their countries and opening up the environment. So these are the ways.
Fascinating, thank you. So for Lauren, if you're there online, I'd love to bring you in now. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about what you do at Google vis-a-vis the startup ecosystem, and what are the sort of new or particularly interesting models that you are seeing. Sorry, we can't hear you. No, I'm afraid we can't. We'll come back to you in a second. Hopefully that can be resolved. Emmanuel, you're here from OpenAI. Yeah. First of all, tell us about what you do at OpenAI, and tell us about, I mean, it's, you know, obviously AI is there's both enormous and real potential, but also a lot of hype as well. So tell us, you know, what you see broadly as the kind of key 2-3 ways in which AI can be deployed on the continent as you are sort of expanding here.
Yeah, no, thank you, Benjamin, and it's great to be with you all in Casablanca. It's my first time in Casablanca, and I've been enjoying myself, so thank you so much for having me. With regards to my role, I'm the Africa lead for OpenAI. My remit includes government relations, ecosystem development, which includes VC funds, but also the startup community, and also universities. So we do have a partnership with the Moroccan University, UMP6, which I've visited this year as well, and it's been great. They have been among the first African universities to actually adopt our products, and it's been benefiting many students and professors. It's actually good to see. I would say some of the observations that I've made, it's actually interesting. I joined the company about 6 months ago, and before joining the company, I heard many things about AI in Africa, but when I started traveling across the continent, from Kenya to Morocco, but also Nigeria and other places on the continent, there's actually no way to pinpoint a single activity in relation to AI in Africa. For one, Africa is a big continent, and even within different countries, there are different use cases. But the two areas that I've been quite impressed by, even beyond our product, is the area of education, healthcare. In terms of education, being a witness to seeing how many people on the continent are using ChatGPT, which today has over 700 million users weekly, and much of those users use it for free. So being able to witness how education is being democratized, it's been quite incredible. And in the healthcare field, some of the partnerships that I'm seeing where I visited the maternal health ward, how people are using AI for health advice. It's been quite inspiring. So therefore, really to pinpoint some of the areas that I've seen, mostly definitely in the education space, but also in the healthcare space. And even just today, I had a call with a startup campus, which told me how they're using ChatGPT for business plans, for educational models. So it's quite inspiring. And I think the beautiful thing about AI, from an open air perspective and beyond, is the cross-sectoral appeal that AI enables people actually to leverage, be it in the finance sector, also in the healthcare and education space. So it's quite inspiring. And yeah, looking forward to sharing more some later. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can say something just leveraging on what you said, right? One thing that we've done at OP, for instance, has been that we've leveraged the power of AI and data to offer credit to SMEs and low-income earners across Nigeria. Instead of depending on the traditional way of asking for collateral, these guys do not have collateral, but we can look at their transaction history, we can look at their location, we can look at data from how they buy airtime or how they buy data, and use AI models to then predict whether they will pay back or whether they will not pay back. And these has been very, very transformative. Today, a market woman in Lagos can take as little as 20,000 or maybe just $10, right, or less, or $100, and they can transform their business, and we can see them begin to grow and get better. So these are ways in which AI is really needed for Africa, because there are challenges that we have, there are access challenges that we have that have excluded people from the financial sector and maybe other areas, but AI and innovative ways, new innovative models can change the game.
Okay, thank you. Florian, are you, we can see you, hopefully we can hear you now.
Yes, should we hear now?
Oh, wonderful, yes, what a relief. So tell us, I was asking you just to briefly introduce yourself and tell us about the work you do at Google, and particularly when you're thinking about startups, what are you seeing that's most interesting at the moment in terms of new models, innovations?
Certainly. So again, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks so much for having me on the panel. Sorry I couldn't make it to Casablanca. Many issues that I think have been covered today in the earlier conversations. On my end, so I look after Google's startup ecosystem in Africa, and historically what that has looked like is the Google for Startups Accelerator Africa program, our Founders Fund programs, our contextual programs such as the Women Founders Accelerator and AI First Accelerator, and more recently, country-specific programs like the Nigeria AI Fund and the South Africa Accelerator Program. What we do with these programs is support pre-seed to Series A stage startups with mentorship, training, cloud credits, and access to what we like to call the best of Google in terms of our people, our resources, and our advanced technologies. In some cases as well, we also fund some of these startups with non-dilutive funding. Our thinking around this is that a rising tide lifts all boats, so we try and help as many startups as possible, tech startups specifically, we try and help them to grow. Now, back to your question, Ben, when I think about the sort of models we're seeing or innovations we're seeing in Africa's ecosystem now, I think some have actually been covered already by Dotun, but I'd highlight three in particular. The first one being digitizing the informal economy, right? And I talk about the financial aspect of that. Two things we talk about now are, on one hand, we see mobile money. We've seen what mobile money can do. We've seen what agents can do, where, again, it's not pretty when you don't go on and create an entire platform and you're saying you're banking the unbanked. When you go into the agent networks, you have to have thousands of agents across the country, all the continents, working under umbrellas with point of sale terminals, collecting cash for microtransactions. That's one way. But something else we're seeing actually is the other part of the conversation, where historically people have said, oh, we're banking the unbanked. But if you notice, most of those platforms that were supposedly banking the unbanked were in English, right? I think Dotun mentioned earlier that there's several languages across the continent. It's over 3,000 languages across the continent. So when you say you're banking the unbanked, most times what you see is that a certain level of people or number of people are still removed from that conversation. They're still not connected to it, if anything. So one startup that we've seen recently, for example, that went through our program, is a startup that is leveraging AI to offer solutions that already have financial services in other languages, of whether it's e-commerce platforms, whether it's financial solutions, whether it's logistic platforms, and more. And with that, whether it's our parents that usually speak our local languages can now leverage these platforms as well. The startup is called Butale, and that's one of them. Another one we're seeing is embedded financial services, right? We say we all grow into being our own government, right? In certain parts of the continent. But I'm always saying with embedded finance is this. It's that with transactions on whether it's again logistic platforms, e-commerce platforms, we're now seeing things like whether it's an insurance play, we're seeing credit and risk assessments based on transaction history. We're seeing save now, pay later services. Why? Because it's more than just most people cannot afford, for example, a mobile device. Most people cannot afford their immediate needs. So we offer services. We're seeing that people offer services like you can save on a weekly, daily, monthly basis to afford this thing in whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or maybe even a year because of, I guess, the gaps in the market, if anything. A third one I could actually highlight as well is when I think about more productive and creative collection or for cross-border payments, right? Historically, we've seen with the likes of whether it's Western Union or the different avenues for remitting payments or remitting money into the continent, right? I think the previous speaker mentioned it's like the global African, right? Majority of Africa's, a lot of Africa's working force is out at the continent now, right? A lot of them still remit money onto the continent, but what you usually see is that it's remitted and then it's cash, and the cash goes into survival, food, clothing, shelter, immediate needs. What we're seeing these days is more creative ways to leverage that remittance and more productive and creative ways. And what that now looks like is whether it's like investment schemes, it's investment schemes for the underserved. It's health insurance, for example. It's infrastructural development for the communities of those underserved, so that money they can start to see the money beyond. Oh, I use it to pay for food. I use it to just continue to pay my rent. It's that they're allowing the remittance go much further away. And when you couple that again with the embedded finance, is now offering credit scoring or risk assessment with with those transactions and with those inflows for the historically underserved communities.
Thank you. I want to stay with you for another question about connectivity, which is, a fundamental prerequisite for a lot of what we're discussing. The fact of the matter is that, approximately 40% of people on the continent don't have electricity. Approximately 40% use the internet. So we're talking about huge, hundreds of millions of people who risk being completely left behind and not being able to benefit from some of these products that you're mentioning, which are very interesting. So given your perspective at Google, I'd be interested to hear you tell us, what needs to be done to improve that, and how much can that realistically change in, at the kind of required pace?
Well, thanks again for the question. Sorry, I just want to reduce the volume. Just confirm you can hear me again. Thumbs up. Awesome. Yeah. So I think some of the things that I think need to be done are, on one hand, something I've started to advocate for even more and more these days is PPP, right? It's public-private partnerships. For example, right, we're seeing that you can't relegate the solving for the underserved and the wide African markets. You can leave that to the public sector. We're 1.3, 1.4 billion people. A lot of people still underserved, still displaced and underserved, if anything. We don't have the public infrastructure and solutions and services to take care of them. And the truth is, on the private sector's arm as well, they also cannot do everything, right? It's one thing for them to say they want to give back, they want to empower communities that they're situated in, and that, but even beyond that, they cannot do everything and meet everyone where they are, right? That would be overdoing or doing too much. So what do these public-private partnerships look like? Also, we need more connection between academia, industry, and then ecosystem, right? So what does this actually look like? On the public-private partnerships, it's whether it's tax reliefs, right? It's incentives. You say there's two ways to shift culture. You either incentivize or you penalize, right? One way that we should start to think about as African governments is incentivizing good behavior. So incentivizing good culture, whether it's through tax reliefs and tax breaks, whether it's just some sort of concessions, right, to the private sector players as they go on to empower the communities, right, if anything. Another way is even, and I think this was mentioned before, whether it's the what was it called? It was the passports, like a policy passport, regulatory passports and the likes, right? It's seeing how we can harmonize, leverage the true AFCT agreements we've signed, I think 2018 now, and seeing how we can harmonize policy to allow for scale, right, of industry, and then allow for scale of the tech ecosystem, if anything. Is that we all know that usually policy is reactive and policy usually follow the trends of the tech ecosystem, if anything. But it's that rather than then be hindrances, it's that you can let's sandbox solutions let them sandbox solutions with the private sector, right? Let them have like echo chambers of both sides of the table, seeing how they can solve for different parts of the pyramid. The biggest of things is, and while they do that, don't get me wrong, because the private sector usually has their own vested interest. While they do that, we still have to say, you know what, we will protect the most vulnerable. We'll protect the most vulnerable, but we'll also allow for an enabling environment for you to still play a role, if anything. Another thing I think about, sorry, and I'm going to stop rambling very quickly, right? Another thing to think about is, which is what we have tried to do over the years, is that it's more than okay, these programs and the rest. It's also it's supporting public infrastructure, supporting infrastructure. And recently, I think we announced just yesterday actually, we announced three things. On one hand, it's increasing the amount of, so it's the fiber optic cables across the continent to allow for cheaper and more accessible access to the internet, if anything. One. Two is skilling, right? It's skilling and then AI, digital skilling and then AI skilling. I know others are going to talk about this very soon. But when you think about how it's almost a level playing field, almost not necessarily a level, but almost a level playing field for the entire world with this artificial intelligence conversation, it means we have a nice opportunity to actually play a role, not just be consumers, but also builders. And what does that look like? It's AI skilling by the people that have that institutional knowledge, right? It's empowering them at the earliest of levels, whether it's at the school, the secondary or tertiary level, empowering them to build, and not just build because for building's sake to score marks and pass their studies. It's building to solve peculiar challenges in the communities and then their states and then their countries and then the continents, and then thinking about how we can scale those globally.
Thank you, thank you. Marem, if you're still there, I would love to hear any of your reaction to what we've discussed so far, but I'd like to put a question to you as well. Can you hear us? Great. Well, yes, to start off with, I mean, if you have any kind of thoughts based on what people have discussed, please go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one central thread that everybody alluded to is definitely the need for this public-private partnership, especially as it pertains to making sure that all of the stakeholders, both on the private sector side and on the public sector side, are really aware and around the table and having these discussions around. I mean, I think we do all have a broad understanding of what's at stake, but I think the question always remains how to get there. And in many ways, the way that we think about it often is that once the public sector gets involved and is thinking about it in terms of regulation, it's often that, it's too late because now they're regulating, right? The goal is to get them to think about it from a policy standpoint, which is trying to think ahead, working with private sectors. I think Florian mentioned that very well earlier, really also thinking about what are the tools in which they can do that, because I think that remains sometimes a bit of a question mark. There is the will, there's the intention, but there is not the tool to really bring those parties together. And so to me, sandboxes are incredibly important because it's a way to really be able to give them a bit of a foresight into what are some of the things that are coming down the pipeline for them to start thinking about policy. And also, I think in many ways, right, what we are seeing, at least on the VC side, is that despite having great portfolio companies that are growing and performing incredibly well, they're not immune to the infrastructure. They are not immune to the challenges of the markets that they're operating in. So their growth ends up being impacted by things like currency volatilization. Also, their ability to expand in other markets is certainly impacted by the fact that there is not a kind of like single centralized regulation, especially around some of these new technologies. And I think in many ways, right, maybe before, especially with our history, we may have looked at thinking about our activity as being purely investment, but I think that's definitely changing. And I think I'm speaking for many other VCs where we want to actively find ways to support the public sector and other actors in the private sector to be able to build those infrastructure points that are needed really for these companies to succeed.
How much are you seeing these companies deliver returns and profitability? I mean, or are you still really at the sort of growth phase?
That's a great question. You know, I think because of the asset class that we are in, and I think this is actually a very interesting conversation that we had last year during a retreat that most of the African VCs took together at Oxford. We had this conversation, this question about, you know, is the VC model properly adapted to the African market? And I think where we landed is that there is the VC model, right? And the VC model will always be grounded in growth and will always be grounded in outliers and looking for outliers that are responsible for those returns. And that's VC, and you can't change that. On the other hand, I think the question then becomes, what are all of the forms of financing that are required on the continent today? And I think in many ways, VC has played many hats, and that's because it's a pretty visible asset class. And so, you know, even VCs themselves in their investment strategies have dabbled a little bit outside of what you would necessarily call VC backable. And I think we're coming to the reality check of realizing that, you know, there is a place and a need for pure VC because we are still trying to, you know, back these new technologies, and they require somebody who's willing to take really a very huge, strong bet. At the same time, we do need forms of financing that can support anywhere from SMEs, embedded technology SMEs, high growth SMEs, high large enterprises. We need the full financial stack. And that requires different appetites for risk. It also requires different instruments, right? Equity is not the only way to go about it. It really requires to think about, you know, that full stack of financing. And I think that that's the conclusion that we've arrived at today, which also really means that I think in the next coming years, we'll see maybe a bifurcation of different VCs who will go more in one direction than the other, and who will really innovate around what they're calling venture capital today for the continent and the type of companies that they're looking for. We are obviously still, you know, a traditional, I guess, venture capital firm, but I think we're also very aware of that reality, and we are trying to also adapt and adjust to what this new reality means from a return perspective for us.
Very interesting, thank you. We're going to open up to questions, so if anyone has a question, there should be a mic going around. Please raise your hand. But in the meantime, I wanted to ask you, Emmanuel, about something that came up in the previous discussion, which was AI and jobs. The previous speaker talked about how you know, the kind of manufacturing ladder that so many countries have used to develop has been kicked away, and you know, jobs will have to come from the service sector. At the same time, you know, there's going to be this replacement, or his thesis, there's going to be this replacement of jobs over the next 10 or so years. So I'd love your, you know, given you work for the world's largest, or one of the world's largest AI companies, I'd love your perspective on that and what that means for countries, you know, across the continent that need to create jobs.
Yeah, I would definitely say this is something that comes up in many conversations, and globally, not only in Africa, but the reality is certain jobs will be replaced, so there will be a disruption happening, right? I cannot pinpoint which sector it is, but nevertheless, the fact that it is to come provides us, from a company perspective, but also from the educators and governments, to prepare ahead, right? So while all of us know that AI is here to stay, it requires a multi-stakeholder effort to address it, right? Are we preparing the next generation to be AI literate? And this is a key point that OpenAI is really fond about, AI literacy. And for this reason, we have created the OpenAI Academy, which is an online platform accessible to everybody across the world. It's been already accessed by 3 million people. But I would say, to kind of conclude my point is, yes, there will be a disruption happening, but how prepared are we? Are we preparing the youth for this disruption that is to occur, right? So from my perspective, working for OpenAI, this is something we are aware of, but there's a great responsibility and importance to prepare people for what is to happen. There are different studies that have indicated that people who possess AI skills will be better off, whether it is in the service sector, whether it is in academia. So I would place the importance on the preparation of what is to come, as opposed to merely fearing disruption, because other technologies have disrupted the way our lives have always been, right? I do recall my youth, I didn't have social media, then social media came and certain jobs disappeared. So I would say in the same token, we need to adjust to a time that is to come, yeah.
Thank you, it's fascinating. And maybe we can come back to that point with our next speaker as well, when she joins us very shortly. Does anyone have a question? And bear in mind, we also have Marem and Folarin online as well, if you want to direct any questions to them. No? It's not on.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, my name is Omar. I'm finance and strategic consultant. I have my question for Emmanuel. So OpenAI is already operating in Africa. With the recent news that we have, Mistral is entering to Morocco. Would you consider that as a threat or an opportunity?
That's a very good question. I would not say a threat, because any sort of access to AI, many people benefit, right? I can only speak for my respective company, me being a representative of OpenAI. I do see it as a win for Morocco and for Africa if more people have access to, I would say, and from my perspective, OpenAI. So for this reason, I don't think it is a threat. That will be my response to your respective questions. But I'm happy for Morocco that Morocco as a country, and also us working with the Moroccan University, to see the leadership being taken by Moroccan academia, but also the Moroccan government to harness the opportunity that AI provides. So it's actually a win for Morocco that Morocco is very focused on AI.
Thank you. A couple of hands, several hands behind you. Oh, there as well, yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yasser El-Wahabi Khairez. I'm an aerospace engineer and data scientist. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for this forum on this space. As we know, in many African countries, there remains a marked difference between urban and rural life, especially regarding opportunities and basic services, and also access to digital technology. This gap reflects broader structural inequalities that affect education, communication, and economic development. With this in mind, I would like to ask to both of them, how can we ensure that access to digital technology does not reproduce or even widen the existing inequalities between urban and rural areas or between different social groups? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Florian, you want to take that? So how we ensure the digital divide doesn't, it doesn't get worse, it doesn't deepen?
Yeah, so the digital divide is very obvious in Africa, and in sub-Saharan Africa, even more prominent, right? But as organizations that offer services and governments, when we are offering services, it's important that you don't just copy a model that you see working in Europe or North America and then drop that model straight into Africa. You have to hyper-localize whatever product offerings that you offer in that market. For instance, for OPE, we had to both use the regular mobile apps and point-of-sale terminals that relied on internet and data connectivity to offer services. At the same time, offer services using USSD, because you have lots of people in the rural areas not having smartphones, but they had the feature phones which supported USSD or SMS. We see the similar occurrence in Kenya with M-Pesa. Basically, the financial services is provisioned on the SIM. So you have it directly on the SIM. You don't need an expensive phone to access the service. These are ways, innovative ways in which you need to address the solutions that you offer to the market. Additionally, is that it has to be mobile first. It has to be offline capable for it to really make sense in Africa because of the nature of our demography.
Fascinating. Do we have any questions for our online speakers in particular? I'd like to, yes, there's one behind you. Yes, there, thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Aisha. I hope you're having a great time here. So we know that AI is the trend and it's becoming a big part of finance, but in reality finance means people's money. So my question is, to what an extent we can really rely on AI without the human element? Like, do you see the AI as a standalone solution, or do you think you need the human trace remain always? Thank you.
Fularin, if you're there, I'd love to throw that one at you. To what extent we can rely on, to what extent AI will need a human element, if I heard correctly?
Sure. I can try my best to answer this. Just bear with me as I think a little. I think, so the question is how to what extent can we rely on AI without, I guess, human intervention? Right now, especially in the context of money, right? The truth is, a lot of things that are natural to human or nature to human are not necessarily the same to technology, right? It's human, it's animalistic to be greedy, right? To take advantage of certain opportunities, right? So when you think about fraud and much more around things that have to do with finance, money, right? AI doesn't necessarily operate in that way. So if you remove the human elements to anything, what you're looking for is it's code and it's formulas, right? It's that you're looking for 1 + 1 = 2. You're looking for a solution to something, whether it's contextual languages, credit scoring, risk assessment, whether it's transactions with AI agents on neural build models. It's that you're looking for a solution to something. It follows that to the T, right? Where we're seeing human intervention is maybe whether it's with inference, whether it's reinforcement and inference, if anything, right? But with that, it's usually to still solve whatever your need is, whatever you're looking for, right? Whatever your issue is. In terms of relying on the AI without human interference, if anything, I guess from a safety perspective as well. I think if you notice, there was, when we first saw the conversations around, and it was mostly around a certain kind of AI, which was large language models, right? We saw a lot of governments start to push back and a lot of concern about how AI is used by children, right? How there were concerns around bias and much more, right? And what you saw was policies to protect the most vulnerable against certain things, right? So what we're seeing now is, despite human interaction or human intervention, so far, I mean, to my knowledge, we've seen that policy is at the forefront of regulation or ensuring that you as a consumer, you as a customer, remain protected. But also, there's even things like AI, for example, with Google, we have AI ethics and responsible AI embedded in everything that we think about, everything we build, right? So what that essentially means is that we've signed pacts and oaths alongside whether it's the OpenAIs and the rest to say, you know what, we will build with you in mind, as we do with our many products, right? So the way you are safe with using our maps tools, right, or our search and the rest is the same way you'd be safe with using our AI tools as well.
We have time for one more question, which I'd like to put to Marem, please, if someone has one. Hand held very high over there, yeah, so go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is for Mariam. My name is Fatin Shafei. I'm an ex-consultant and currently performing in the VC industry. So my question is for Mariam. What do you think are the sectors that would need probably a push or more funding in Morocco in order to prepare Morocco to form the next African unicorn, probably? Would love your intakes on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. And I think it's interesting because I don't think I mentioned this in my intro, but I'm originally from Senegal. And so I've spent a lot of time in Morocco, what I call sister country or brother country, whichever you want to take it. And I think Morocco is at a very interesting inflection point for many different. Obviously, as you all know, Morocco has always been a highly touristic country for many different reasons, and it happens to be, or it's about to be, really the focus for the globe in the next, honestly, 2 to 3 years and 10 to come because of, one, the African Cup at the end of this year and the World Cup coming. And so I see a huge opportunity outside of, talking about the big sectors of the usual, the fintechs of the AI. I actually see a very big opportunity for hospitality tech and tourism tech in Morocco because it is already such a fundamental sector in the economy and is about to get basically jolted by all of these international events that are about to take place. I will also say that, one of the underserved sectors, in my opinion, in Morocco is really EdTech. And I say this because I know the level of education of Morocco. And, my many Moroccan friends will always say that they think it can get better, but I can guarantee you the level of education, especially in STEM, in Morocco is very high compared to the rest of, sub-Saharan African countries. And so for me, there's a huge opportunity and a huge possibility to capitalize on that and really maximize on building technologies around education and really leveraging, especially in this world of AI and data and machine learning, really leveraging that to create talent and talent that can be really used across the continent. So to me, education and tourism are two really big potential sectors I see today for Morocco. And I hope that with all of the wonderful events coming to the country, it will motivate many young people to be building on these.
Well, thank you, Mariam, and thank you, Dotun, thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you, Folarin, and thanks to all of you who asked questions. Apologies to those who wanted to ask questions, but our next speaker, you might be able to put them to her. So I'll welcome, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Omobola Johnson, who is a senior partner at TLCom Capital and former Nigerian Minister of Communication Technology. Thank you. Yes. So this is our final event of the day. Thanks, everyone, for your presence and for being with us. Just to start, briefly introduce yourself to us. You've had a long and interesting career doing a lot of things on government side and in the private sector. So tell us about your work now and your time as a minister.
Sure. Thank you, Ben, and very nice to be here. So I'm a senior partner at TLCom Capital. We're a tech venture fund. We have about $200 million assets under management. We invest in technology-enabled companies or technology companies in the continent that are solving big challenges for a great number of people across the continent. Prior to that, we invest anything from $200K to $15 million in these companies. Prior to that, as Ben said, I was the first Minister of Communication Technology for Nigeria. I did that for 4 years, from 2011 to 2015. And prior to that, I was the Country Managing Director for Accenture, the global managing consulting firm.
So let's begin with your with your current perspective as a VC, picking up on some of the threads that were discussed in the previous panel. First of all, if you have any initial kind of reactions or thoughts that you'd like to share, please go ahead. Otherwise, I'd like to hear, how do you pick companies and entrepreneurs to invest in on the continent, in Nigeria and elsewhere?
I think the first thing that we look at, and very interesting conversation, and I will comment on some of the things that they said, basically agree with most of what was said anyway. But I think the first thing that we look at is, what is the problem that they're solving? Is it a big problem for the continent, and is it a big problem for a large number of people? Because that speaks to the scale of the company and the commercial returns at the end of the day. And so when you look at that, while we say we are industry agnostic, the kind of industry that we tend to look at will be commerce, financial services. There is what we spoke about a lot, which is the small business, SMEs. That's a huge, huge market that has been ignored for many, many years on the continent. And of course, we're looking for founders who are visionary, who really understand the pain point. Maybe they've actually experienced the pain point themselves, and are really looking to build something big in Africa, not only in the country where they start, but also being able to scale. And when you talk about scale, they're absolutely right. It's not easy to scale in Africa because of 54 countries, different regulations. And where we our sweet spot tends to be the unregulated industries, because when you're trying to scale a fintech company, it's a little bit harder than when you're trying to scale an e-commerce company or an edutech company, where the requirement for regulation and licenses is not as onerous as it is for other industries.
That's fascinating. One of the points that I wondered from the previous discussion, which one of the speakers mentioned, which Dotun mentioned, was focusing on larger markets on the continent. So Nigeria, obviously, a very, very large population, but that then sort of begs the question: what happens to smaller countries where the scalability is naturally constrained? I wonder if you have any thoughts on that. To what extent you can find ways to invest across different types of markets and not just focus on the sort of big 3 or 4, as it were.
But I must admit that we are guilty of that. So all our investments are in South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, and Kenya.
So they're all Nigeria?
No, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya. That's where all our investments are.
All of them?
Yes,
okay,
today.
Right.
But I would say that there's one thing that is attractive. We have, actually, I tell a lie, we have an investment in Côte d'Ivoire. And really the attraction of that is the, what I would call, it's the homogeneity of, it's the Francophone countries, where it's a fintech, and the rules and the regulations and the licenses are common across those Francophone countries. So it's easier to scale. So I think when you find those sort of regional areas, West Africa, Francophone countries, Lusophone countries, that actually, those are small countries, so that's Côte d'Ivoire, Benin Republic, Togo, small countries, but actually they begin to make sense when you look at them from a regional perspective or language perspective or regulation perspective, more importantly. So that's how we capture the small countries. I think it's very hard to start a venture-backed company in a small country because, again, we're always looking for scale and for growth, unless you can prove from day one that you can scale easily into other markets. So looking at those big markets, but also looking at markets that make sense from a regional perspective, whether it's language or regulation or commonality across those countries.
I'd like to come back to something we also discussed, which was connectivity, and particularly interested to hear your perspective, given you were the communications technology minister. In Nigeria, for example, I think it's like it's similar to across the continent, about 40% of the population has internet access. How do you now, in your current role and previous, how do you reach those people when you're thinking? Well, yes. Let me ask this in 2 parts. As a venture capitalist, is there a way to reach those people with your products?
As a venture capitalist, I would say no, and that is because those tend to be infrastructure plays. So when you talk about digital inclusion, I mean, doesn't talk very much about being able to do work, offering financial services to the underserved. But I think the most important thing is that digital infrastructure, which needs to go to places that are not as commercially viable as Lagos, Nairobi, or whatever it is. And there was a GITEX conference in Nigeria last week, I think, and they were talking about, it was all about digital infrastructure, fiber, data centers, and all of that, terrestrial fiber, undersea cables, and everything. And the figure that was given them was that it will cost, I think it's 109 billion needs to be invested in Africa for the next few years for us to get to that complete coverage of the continent. So I think the first thing that needs to be done is to build that digital infrastructure. There's a lot of progress that has been made, but I think, again, we need to talk about the kind of finances, blended finances. It's private sector, but it's also the DFIs that are all coming together to finance the 109 billion. And when that infrastructure goes to the rural areas, and somebody asked that question earlier on, that is when you begin to close that digital gap, and the digital inclusion starts to happen, because many of the innovations that are happening now in the sort of capital cities, they're very relevant for people in the rural economies, whether it is being able to open a bank account. I'll speak for some of the fintechs. If you go to a traditional bank today and you want to open a bank account, it is very difficult. With the fintech today, all you need is you. You just turn up at the umbrella, and basically, you can open a bank account and you can start transacting the minute after. And so this is important, not only this is very transferable to the rural areas, and so, but you can't do that unless you have that digital infrastructure. So that's the very first step for this digital inclusion, having that infrastructure that is terrestrial fiber, primarily, but also wireless networks, Starlinks, as we're seeing right now, growing across Africa.
Let's focus on Nigeria. I mean, how much are you seeing that infrastructure grow in rural Nigeria, for example? And is it at the pace that you would like to see?
I think we're seeing it growing quite fast. I think even though you say 40%, I think it's probably a little bit more than that. But it is growing quite fast. And I think what is also important is not just the coverage, but the affordability. Affordability has dropped from, I think, was 7% of gross income, and it's down to about 3% of income as well. So there's, first of all, the connectivity in terms of infrastructure. There is affordability as well, which is dropping. And finally, the affordability also not in terms of just access, but the affordability in terms of the ownership of the device. And we're seeing efforts to bring the cost of that down, because it's those three things that actually will help to close that digital divide and really help us as venture investors to get companies to scale faster, because the bigger your addressable market, the faster you get to scale. And if that addressable market can include the rural and the semi-urban areas, it means that you can get to scale faster.
So putting your government hat back on after quite a few years, I mean, what are the policies that are allowing that to happen in Nigeria? What has gone well?
Yeah, I mean, the things that have gone well, and this is it's a 10-year-old hat, but I think the good thing is that when I was in government, in Nigeria, we had the very first broadband plan for the country, which basically spelled out how government wanted to build out the broadband, what it would incentivize, where it wanted the network to go, and the kind of speeds that we wanted to accomplish. I think what has been really good is that there's been consistency across administrations. So, I was minister 10 years ago. There have been 3 ministers after me, and we're all saying the same thing. And because of that, we talk about FDI. When the policy is consistent and the narrative is consistent, there's more confidence to invest. So we're seeing that there's been a lot of investment. In point of fact, I think the current minister in Nigeria has just got commitment from several DFIs to build 90,000 kilometers of fiber across the country, which means that it will go to some of those areas that you spoke about that are excluded.
Right, interesting. And then what has not gone well? I mean, if you're being, I'm just interested on a policy perspective, what have been the missed opportunities in terms of Nigeria's digital growth over the past 10 or so years?
So did you say missed opportunities?
Yes, what have been the missed opportunities, or what policies have not worked?
I think maybe the ones that may not have worked was, I think, the focus on, we haven't really focused enough on young people. There's a lot of narrative, and this has been spoken about by almost every speaker, the importance of the demography of Africa. And Nigeria is very much a beneficiary of that demography, because basically, more than half of the continent, of the country is under 19 years old. So there's a lot of rhetoric around that, about how important they are. But I think in terms of doing things that really serve the youth, whether it is education, whether it is jobs, of course, education leads to jobs, or skills, I think that is the most important thing that we may have missed the boat on, although there's still a lot of narrative around it, but I think it's something we really need to double down on and ensure that we have this very young demographic who can actually be, they can either be a positive or negative for the country. They're a negative when they get upset because they're very, very volatile, but they're positive when they are given jobs, skills, valuable jobs, and they really can contribute to the growth of the economy.
Why do you say we may have missed the boat?
I say that because when you look at youth unemployment in Nigeria, it is still very high. I say that because when you look at the education of youths in Nigeria, and Nigeria really is a proxy for most of Africa, it is still quite low in terms of where there's number of children that are out of school, or even in Nigeria where we have universities that don't have enough carrying capacity. So every year, even though you apply to university, you make the grades, I think there are about 1 million or so Nigerians that cannot go to university because we don't have the physical universities. But we see a lot of change in that, and if I can just speak for 1 minute about one of our portfolio companies that's just started an online university. And they've gone from 0 to 10,000 students in 2 years. You can't do that with physical infrastructure. And they are running, bachelor's programs, they're running master's programs, and all this is being done online. And it's not just about the access, but it's also about the quality, because they're able to get high quality professors, high quality teachers, and that just makes the difference. And they were the first digital university to be licensed in Nigeria. This is in 2024. If we'd done that many years ago, you can see the multiplier effect that would have resulted in.
Fascinating. Yeah, and that sort of brings us to a point that I wanted to pick up on from the previous panel from Emmanuel at OpenAI about the need to be AI literate. And his question when we talked about AI and jobs is, are we preparing the next generation to be AI literate and have the sort of AI skills? Yeah. What do you see, again, in Nigeria, but broadly?
It's a tough challenge. When you're still talking about basic education, you think to yourself, well, when do we get to AI ready? But I think the kind of things that Google and OpenAI are doing are great. Again, I think that we have the raw material to have an AI-ready population, particularly among the young people who are more digitally savvy and who are sort of technology first. I think that, but we need to be very deliberate about it. Really been, like the Googles of this world, the OpenAIs of this world, being very deliberate about having programs and interventions that get Africans ready for the world of AI that is upon us today, literally. And I think what is also interesting, if I could just comment on something that it was the Oxford professor mentioned, this is also a source of jobs. Because while, we can get AI-ready Africans, the truth of the matter is that maybe we will not be able to use all of them because of the pace of AI development in the continent. But what is important is that, and we're seeing a lot of this now, where there's remote workers who are based on the continent, there's no need to migrate, but they are working for companies outside. And we see that a lot now. Basically, people, software engineers, AI-ready engineers that are based in the continent, but actually working for international companies. And I think that is another way that we can create a surplus for ourselves and ensure that we do have that sort of, those sort of skills, and we're able to provide those services to developing economies. I think that's, to developed economies. I think that's a very important way of ensuring that we don't get left behind in the AI boat because we're not AI ready, but at least we have the AI skills that we can use in the continent, but also export the surplus to other parts of the world without them having to physically leave the continent.
I suppose the question is how many of those jobs become obsolete. But yeah, that's a very interesting point. I'd like to come to the audience. If you have a question, please raise your hand. I'll come to you next, David. There's 2 people over there. In the meantime, let me just ask one, which I think we've covered, but covered indirectly online, which is could Africa leapfrog traditional infrastructure gaps like banking or healthcare systems through AI-driven mobile-first solutions? I suppose the answer is, to an extent, but to an extent it can, to an extent that's not going to be possible.
I think to an extent it can. And one of the areas that has really interested me was around health. And let me just give a very quick example of that. When you look at the drug discovery, clinical research, a lot of that is done on, and this is a fact, a lot of that discovery and research is done on white males. Now, the world is not white males. The world is women, it's African Americans, it's Africans, it's Latin Americans. And what is happening right now is that because of AI, we're able to do a lot more research on the genetic makeup of what I would call underrepresented populations and use that to feed into drug discovery. It's a really big thing that's happening now. Drug discovery, genetic makeup, and AI is really accelerating the ability of companies to be able to do that. And we're seeing a number of African entrepreneurs that are actually very much focused on that, just ensuring that drug discovery and clinical research using AI and machine learning is actually now including underrepresented groups and improving the health outcomes for many people that are underrepresented in drug discovery. So I think that's, for me, that's where AI can be really useful in Africa.
Yes, so there were 2 people over there. Yeah, someone has 2 people have their hands up there. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adama, an entrepreneur from Gambia.
Madam Johnson, I know you've touched a little bit about fintech, and I would like to get your perspective onto this in terms of innovation within this space across the continent. Do you think we have hit the peak in terms of innovation with regards to remittances and payments? And if so, what are some of the verticals we need to explore to make impact not across only in West Africa, but across the continent? And secondly is, what's your advice on emerging fintechs from the continent with global ambitions? Thank you.
So I think your question was, are we innovating enough around fintech? I think there's a lot of innovation. And when you think about it, fintech, in the world of VC, fintech has had a lion's share, not only of investment dollars, but also of the narrative. And that's great simply because of the context. We have many more Africans that are financially excluded than Africans that are financially included. So of course, fintech takes a lion's share. I think the innovation is, there's more to be done, but I think it's moving very quickly. I mean, if we take companies like OPay, who are doing things like, they're innovating almost every day, the kind of things that you're innovating for people that can't read or write. So when you want to, a lot of times if you want to send, a certain amount of money, if you make a mistake, there's facial recognition, there's speech recognition, there's language, all of those things. I think we're seeing a lot of innovation around that in fintech. To your question around, a fintech in Africa with global aspirations, I would say the market. The market in Africa, I'm a tech investor, and I'm a tech investor in Africa. Of course, global aspirations are good, but I think that the market in Africa is big enough to build a globally recognizable and globally respected company, to be honest. So honestly, I don't think you need to have global aspirations per se. I think you need to have scale aspirations, which you can actually accomplish in a continent with 1.5 billion people. And that is to really understand, what is missing in the market, where are the white gaps, where is the underserved, where does the innovation need to happen? And if you innovate there, I think the chances of building a global company are very, very high.
Thank you. And there was someone, yes, about 2 rows behind, who wanted to ask a question.
Thank you for your insightful speech. My name is Nada Bahyawi. I'm a data engineer and a digital finance engineer too. So my question is, if we aim to build large-scale and efficient digital solutions, we of course need a good digital infrastructure. At the moment, we much rely on external infrastructures. So my question is, how much this dependence impacts the digitalization growth, and what strategies can we adopt to overcome it? Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand the question, because when you say we're dependent on external infrastructure, I'm not sure I understood what you meant by that.
I was talking about mostly data centers. I think that most of them are in USA, Europe,
okay, understood.
And not in Africa that much.
Understood.
Thanks.
Yes, you're right. But again, what we are seeing is a lot more investments in data centers. First, for two reasons. First of all, there's a lot for African governments. They're very focused on data sovereignty, and they want the data that is generated in the country to remain in the country. And so we're seeing, because of that, we're seeing a lot of data centers being built here. So for instance, I sit on the board of 2 companies that are actually building data centers, MTN Nigeria and Cassava Technology, Liquid Telecom, that has data centers. And with Liquid Telecom, they're just starting a data center that will have NVIDIA chips for AI, for compute power. The amount of investments required is significant, so you're absolutely right. But I would say that we're seeing that money coming. The second reason is that because the requirement of the hyperscalers, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, is just tremendous. They need a tremendous amount of power. Wherever that power is provided, they will go there. And so what that means is that they have de-risked the investment in data centers. So you can build a data center in Africa today and know that you will have uptake from these hyperscalers. So that is actually helping to accelerate the investments in that infrastructure. And we're seeing it. It's not, the levels in the US. We're seeing data centers being built in Africa. And, just 2 weeks ago, MTN opened their tier 3 data center. I think a couple of months before that, Liquid Telecom also opened a tier 3 data center in South Africa. So it's happening, and I think that it will be accelerated.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from School of Collective Intelligence, Mohammed VI Polytechnic. So earlier you mentioned that many people in Nigeria find it more convenient and easy to access fintech companies like OPay to make registration and all that. So I want to know, as a former Minister of Communication, do you think we are getting to a point where government actually rely on fintechs more than fintechs rely on government? And my second question is, I got to know OPay through students. I think in my school, many of the Nigerians talk about OPay. So I want to know, is there maybe some policies that, or regulate, like policymakers that benefit students in terms of charges or fees on loans that they take to make their daily life or transactions? Thank you.
To your first question, I think there is a symbiotic relationship between government and the fintechs. I think it was, in the early days when I was minister, it was probably not a great relationship because basically the fintechs were moving way ahead of regulation and just not clear where they were going. There was no regulation. A lot of them were operating without licenses. And so, but this was innovation just preceding regulation, which is fine. But I think what has happened now is that innovation, the regulation has caught up. There's a very good relationship between the governments and the fintechs. Every so often, the fintechs get in trouble. I see Dr. is smiling, and the central bank governor calls them all in and sort of reads them the Riot Act, and they start behaving again. But they're doing things that is important for the Nigerian government, which is providing more Nigerians with financial services. And what that means is that you reduce the amount of informality in the economy. So once you've got a bank account, you can be identified by government. And so the government realizes this, and even if it's not a traditional bank account, it's an OPay or Flutterwave or Fair Money bank account, it means that we now know who you are, we know what you earn, and of course they can tax them. So I would say that they understand that relationship, and it's becoming more symbiotic and beneficial now. Your second question, it's a little bit hard to hear, there's a bit of an echo here. I think it was about, are there policies to support students? I would say there is no need for government incentives. Look, I use OPay. I use Momo. I shouldn't be talking about OPay. I use Momo PSP, which is the MTN mobile money. I use Momo. And the simple reason is that because you need to pay a lot of people in, somebody said, one middle-class African employs 5, unskilled. You need to pay drivers, mechanics, whatever it is, and you're paying them small amounts of money. What these fintechs like to do, they're much cheaper than banks. And really and truly, they actually work better than banks because you know that the transaction is not going to fail. So there's really no government incentive, which is again why government will support the fintechs because they know that they're addressing a wider population and they work. They work sometimes better than the traditional banks.
Thank you. I will take the liberty of asking a final question, which was in this question I sort of opened this the panel with to the VC, which was about the appetite globally to invest in Nigeria and other countries on the continent, particularly when you're talking to your limited partners around the world. I think especially given the enormous disruption geopolitically, economically that we're seeing. Has that increased the appetite, or do you think it's taking extra convincing, for example, when you're trying to raise funds?
Look, in the early days, it was taking extra convincing. 10 years ago, when we raised our first fund, we were the first tech VC fund focused on Africa. And the responses we got as we entered those rooms was basically, you can talk about tech and you can talk about Africa, but please don't combine the two because they'll never work. We've proven them wrong. So it was very difficult in the early days. But I think what has happened is that because there's been so much money and so much activity, particularly around the fintech, but there have been non-fintechs as well. Endela is a company that's building skills in Africa, ready for the developed world. There's education, there's agriculture. There's been a lot of very good narrative on the success of these tech-backed companies. I think it is easier. Now, what we're finding is that a lot of money came in the 2002, 2003 because of the interest rates in the US, and that money has left. And what we see now is that $5 billion was coming in, it dropped about $2.5 billion, but it's growing now. And those are the LPs or the investors that are really focused on Africa, because to be in Africa, you've got to be resilient, you've got to be present, you've got to be patient. And I think we're finding that it's not easy to raise money for a VC fund, but it's easier because the narrative, it's not you speak in the narrative. They can see what is happening. And this is where they can see what is happening from the commercial point of view and from the impact point of view. So I think the VC asset class, and Amara mentioned that the VC asset class is still new in Africa, it's emergent. But I think that for every single year that we see successful companies, we see exits, we see more money coming in, we see African founders building for the rest of the world, I think it just makes the narrative easier. And I'm very bullish actually about tech VC investment in Africa. And I think we can, over the next few years, get to pre-COVID levels and probably beyond that. So talking about anything from $5 to $10 billion every year, which is still a drop in the ocean. That's one VC fund in Silicon Valley. But it's still, it still goes to support many, many founders across the continent.
And has it continued to become easier since January 2025 with we've had with trade, we're now in an era of trade wars. There have been enormous cuts to foreign aid, which are having big economic disruptions. And
I would say
various other things I could list.
Ask me this next year. We're going out to raise our fund next year.
Okay, fine,
so
fair enough.
I'll give you the answer next year.
Well, welcome you back next year and look forward to hearing it now. Thank you very much. So that is our final event of the day. Thank you, Omobola. It was a pleasure. Very interesting. Thanks to all of you, and I welcome back David to wrap things up.
Thank you so much. You're probably sick to death of me by now, but I promise I'm going to keep my remarks very brief. I think it was fabulous to end on such a fluent and insightful speaker. So thank you so much for that last panel, which I found very interesting. Two main reflections. The first was it was great to see so many young people. This may be because I'm getting a bit older. Even the policemen are looking younger these days. But there were a lot of students here, a lot of energy and interesting questions. It was really great to see all those students asking questions, eager to learn. And I, for one, really welcome that. The second point I'd like to make is that it was also, I think, great to hold this conference in Morocco and here in Casablanca. I, as a journalist for the Financial Times, normally cover what we call, I don't like the term at all, but what we call sub-Saharan Africa. But I do come to Morocco quite a lot, and I must say I'm always impressed. I used to be in Asia, and I see something in Morocco of the kind of Asian dynamism and the kind of planning, the forward momentum and energy, that are quite familiar in lots of Asian countries. And I think that is good to see, and it's good to hold a conference about the whole of Africa here on the African continent, and in a city that has deliberately carved itself out as a conduit, a hub, a way of putting into action what is a national policy in Morocco of looking south. To invest with companies like OCP, sending fertilizer and selling fertilizer, not just sending it, but selling fertilizer to many countries in Africa, and getting involved in downstream, changing the makeup of fertilizer to suit African soils. You've seen a lot of Moroccan banks making big investments, particularly in West Africa. And a lot of that is both made possible and made easier by, hubs like Casablanca Finance City, which brings together, like-minded people, people with similar objectives, the cluster of expertise, the logistical links with Africa. That means aeroplanes, but it also means finance and trade finance and all of that soft infrastructure that goes along with it, accountants, and just experts. And so I think it's been very good that we've held this conference here in Casablanca. We have another Africa conference that we hold in London, and I'm always saying, shouldn't we be holding something on the continent? Well, today we have, and I think that the conference has been all the better for it. So thank you. That does bring us to the end of today's program. I must thank all our speakers, our partners, to you, our audience, some of whom have left, but a lot of you have hung on to the end. There were a lot of people in the room today, which was fantastic, and a lot of conversations. We've had rich, engaging, and quite varied discussions and varied interpretations of what's going on. We hope that you will continue these conversations now over coffee and in networking just outside this room. But I think even more importantly, once this conference is over and you return home, I hope that you have made new contacts, new friends, and even new business opportunities. So on behalf of the Financial Times and Casablanca Finance City, thank you. And we do look forward to seeing you at future FT events. Thank you so much.